Yes, good awning. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome back to Football Heritage TV. It would really help if I could speak. I actually feel a bit drunk, and I don't know why. I've not had a drop of alcohol for 250 days. But, guys, welcome to Jay, the Hotspur Cave. Welcome to Lubo. I'm sure you're all looking forward to whatever sort of row Lubo and I end up having in this show. Guys, as I always say, it's the day after the match before. Different day, same outcome. I guess the question, like Lubo just said backstage, Jay, I'll start with you. Where do we go from here? What we were told, wait until he's out the cups. Well, we're out the cups. We were told he was going to win trophies. Now he's only got one that he can win, and I don't see us as favourites for that at all. Where do we go from here, Jay? What happens at Tottenham?
Absolutely nothing. First of all, big up everyone. Good morning. Hope you're all well. Big up the chat as well. Nothing's happening. Nothing, unfortunately. We all want him to go at this point, surely. Like I mean, anyone that still believes he should have a job. I mean, I don't know what you've been watching for the last 14 months, but yeah, we don't go anywhere. We don't go anywhere because everyone's happy being losers. I've come to accept that. Yeah, being losers is okay as long as we lose in style. They just want to lose in style. They're losers, bro. And it's like talking to a brick wall. I understand why it's so frustrating now. Like I actually genuinely understand now why it's so frustrating because everything you say, it's like the man can do no wrong. I mean, I listened to his press conference after the game, and he's constantly talking about, yes, Ange, we know you have the injuries, brother. We know. We all know. It's not like we don't know. You're telling us things we don't know. But that's not what they're asking you. They're asking you, can you not get more out of the group that you have? But, hey, like I said, no, we're not going anywhere, unfortunately. He's not going anywhere. The club don't move forward. The club stays stagnant. And I think they're preparing for a loss in profits this season. I think that's why they're booking in Beyonce now. Saracens are playing there in March as well. You know, they're bringing the rugby in. I genuinely believe he's preparing to take a loss, and then we might finally see the back of this manager in the summer.
Yeah, I mean, look, Lubo. It's fair to say he's not going anywhere. I know a lot of people. I wake up today to a load of messages from WhatsApp groups, people saying, has he gone yet? Have we heard yet? I've said all along, I want him out. You know that. Everyone knows that. I want him out. I've said all along, Ian, he's not going anywhere. This guy is not going anywhere. It feels like, do you know what, Ian? And I know we've debated this a lot in the last couple of weeks. It feels like people who are using the injuries as an excuse to keep him, I think the injuries are the only thing giving this manager a shred of dignity. Everything else is absolutely baffling from him. What's your take on all of it, Ian?
I find the whole thing bizarre, to be honest. When you look at, I'll just start with the injuries. I'm just talking about injuries in isolation. I'll repeat what I put on the WhatsApp group. Up to Man City, we were averaging just under 1.5 points a game. So you're looking at 3 every 2. You're looking at win and loss, which it was for several weeks, wasn't it? It was, you know, beat United, lose to Brighton, beat West Ham, lose to Palace, beat Villa, lose to Ipswich.
Yeah.
Since Fulham, we drew with Fulham, should have lost that. They rushed back Romero and Van der Ven for Chelsea. They got injured. And since then, we've lost Maddison, Solanke, which I think have made a difference. I genuinely think they have made a difference. I think when you have 11 players out, it means it puts more pressure on the players who are playing week in, week out. And it's not like it's every week like we were last season. We've played every midweek now for just over 2 months. So I honestly think it's taken a toll on players. It wouldn't normally to this extent if we played with a proper press. The runs were picked correctly. They weren't being flogged in training.
Yeah.
But I think that all of this has contributed to burnout amongst definitely Porro and Kulusevski. I mean, their form has over the last few weeks has just dropped off a cliff.
Can I ask you a question? The number that gets bandied about for the number of injuries, I always find slightly misleading.
Yeah.
Like people are saying we've got 11 or 12 injuries. Can I ask how many injuries have we got to the actual first 11? Because I want to be completely genuine with this. We're talking like when he didn't have injuries that he rotated. There are players out injured that never played. There are players out injured that weren't part of this football team.
All right, let's take yesterday. Let's take yesterday. If you were picking, let's just look at Ange. For me, he only ever picks 11 from 13.
I agree.
Yeah,
but now he's got Dan So and Tell as well in there. Now he's got Dan So and Tell, so that's got to be 11 from 15, right? Okay.
Who have just joined? I thought they were both okay yesterday, considering what we were watching. Yeah. I think they were lively. I thought Dan So is a good, solid defender. Again, I think he is an upgrade on Dragerson. Personally, just I thought Tell I think looked lively. You can see he's young, you can see he's raw, but there's something there. You can see he's got ability.
Yep.
But if you look at the players who were missing yesterday that you would have played, I would have played Vicario. He certainly wouldn't have let that first goal in. Although I thought Kinski was very good after that in terms of shot stopping. I thought it would have been 5 or 6, but for him yesterday. I would have Vicario, the two centre backs, definitely Maddison, Solanke, and Johnson would have all started, in my opinion, or been Maddison there or thereabouts with Coglou, but he would have been one of the original 13. So you're missing 6. Now that is, as I said yesterday, take out those 6 positions in any other team.
Sure, but this is where I want to refute it. This is where I want to refute it. So we're saying take out those 6. First and foremost, James Maddison was the one that he always used as a scapegoat. Nearly all of our fan base, Maddison's shit, Maddison's this, no wonder Maddison's not playing. Now Maddison's not playing. It's suddenly, well, if James Maddison was fit, right? Again, so that for me is, hang on.
But look at the stats. Look at Maddison's stats, though.
Hang on, Lubo. I was arguing this when Maddison was being left out of games. Yeah. I was the one arguing about Maddison, and everyone was telling me, well, no, Sav, he's not as good as Coglou, and he can't play in the middle of the park. And blah, blah. Right. My point is this. If we look at that front three from yesterday, you've got your brand new 19-year-old Bayern Munich winger that everyone was absolutely wetting themselves silly about a week or two ago. Son, who's the captain, who's going to play week in, week out. So from that front line, you can't have Johnson and Solanke. From that front line, you can't have both, one of them. And you would go with Solanke, right? All right, so you're missing Solanke from the front line, right? There's no one missing from that midfield. There are central midfielders. That's our central midfielders. All of our centre mids are fit, right? Basuma, Bentancur, Sarr, Bergvall. And sometimes over here, you might want to count Archie Gray as a centre mid, but that's a different conversation.
Not this season.
All 4 of our centre mids are fit. So far from the midfield and the forwards, only really Dominic Solanke is missing, right?
I think Johnson's missing. Johnson scored 12 goals this season. You've got to look at the contribution. Outside of scoring, I agree, he's not that good, but he's still scored 12 goals this season. And
Ian, I'm not doubting that, but you're not listening to what I said there at the beginning. So, okay then. So if Johnson's fit, who doesn't play? Is it Tell?
Tell doesn't play. Right. For me, Tell doesn't play.
So Tell doesn't play above Brennan Johnson. Is that what we're really saying now?
Tell should be playing in front of Son.
No, for me. I understand. I understand that, but again, let's remove what we want. Right? Okay. Let's look at what Ange will do. He's not removing Son for Tell. Son is the club captain that brings in how much money a year to this club. We know that's not happening. Okay. So from that front line, all right, Brennan Johnson. I mean, if we're really going to start using Brennan Johnson as a benchmark as to why we are so crap, then we're in trouble, right? So Solanke's missing from the forward line, right?
Yeah.
None of our centre mids are missing. Jed Jed Spence is a better player than Udogie anyway, right? Porro's our first choice right back. So what we're saying is it's Van der Ven and Romero, right?
And the keeper, and Solanke,
Sure,
and Maddison,
okay.
and Maddison. For me, and Maddison.
I get that for you. But the problem was when everyone was fit, Maddison weren't making this team. Jay, do you see what I'm saying? Like, Maddison was the scapegoat. Maddison was the one being left out. Maddison was the one hooked every game at half time or 60 minutes, right? For me, I'm looking at when we're saying 11 to 12 injuries, that for me doesn't ring true, Jay, on when you actually look at the 11 that are playing. Yesterday, you had Spain's right back playing. Pedro Porro is Spain's right back, right? You've got Austria's centre half in Danso, and you've got Archie Gray, who these lot can't stop wetting themselves over how good he is, right? Jed Spence, for me, is better than Udogie. You've got all of our first choice centre mids playing. You've got the captain playing, right? You've got your brand new striker who we're about to pay 50 million for if he says yes. And now we're going, but there's 11 missing. But there isn't. Odegaard don't start in this team. Richarlison don't start in this team. Maddison barely starts in this team. Udogie isn't better than Spence. I feel like we did this with Bentancur, Jay. Sorry for the rant. We did this with Bentancur. When Bentancur's back, Bentancur's rubbish. I don't know what, like, when Bentancur's back, you'll see a difference in the middle. Jay, if I was a lawyer right now, I'll rest my case by saying, Your Honour, I put it to you that it's the tactics. It doesn't matter who plays in this system. It is the tactics. What do you say?
I agree, but I don't think it's just that. I think Ange has allowed these players to become spineless cowards. I'm going to put it bluntly. I'm going to put it bluntly. Every single one I don't care. No one can say anything to me. I'm going to be so honest because you know what? And everyone wants to talk about Europa League and whatnot. If the last two games didn't show you how these lot perform under pressure, then stop watching football. Stop watching football. Go and watch golf where there's no pressure. Go and watch that. Yeah, or go and watch tennis. But don't watch football because you don't understand. All right? The reason why Ange is using these injuries, the reason why we're even here in the first place is because there's games where you can rest Kulusevski or you can rest some of these players and you don't want to rest them. Spence has been there the entire time. And he's been running Pedro Porro and Udogie into the ground. And Udogie's been crap for the last, before he got injured. Even in pre-season, he looked crap. This is what I'm saying, but this is a classic case of let's move the goalpost to suit our argument, right? Let's move the goalpost to suit our argument. Jay. None of us wanted Timo Werner anyways, but you all said, why did we bring him back? And when he's on the pitch, he doesn't do anything anyways. Brennan Johnson, okay, you can argue that's a miss because that's someone that you can bring off the bench to maybe change the flow of a game. You can argue a case for that. I hear that. I understand that. But Richarlison, we all know Richarlison doesn't stay fit. Why is that a surprise to anyone?
Right, agreed.
Why are we all acting surprised? Again, Romero, he's injury prone. We know every season since he's been here, he's picked up at least one knock throughout the season that has kept him out for a sustained period of time. Again, why are we acting shocked? And with Vicario, when Kinski came in, everyone was acting like Kinski was going to take his place. They were saying he should take his place, and now it's, we missed Vicario.
Exactly, Jay. This is what it changes every week. It changes. When Kinski came in, like, let's be fair, yesterday, Kinski, for me, I thought was diabolical in the first half and superhuman in the second half, right? But when we look at this, yes, Vicario would have come in, and I don't think Vicario lets that first goal in. But can we talk about how they get to that goal? I feel like when we just say, Vicario would have saved that, can we talk about how easily they got to that goal? That's not injuries. Injuries aren't the reason why they managed to cut open our entire team with 2 passes. Tactically.
No, of course, that's tactics. No, but what I'm saying is that you can't have that many injuries, keep playing the same players week after week after week, 3 times a week, 3 games. It's Sunday, Thursday, Sunday, or Sunday, Wednesday.
Whose phone keeps pinging? It's really loud. Sorry, it's so loud in my speaker when it goes off.
Okay.
My next door neighbour
the
heard
window
it.
was for. This is what the window was for.
It's Mark
Again,
Cook.
this is what the window was for, though.
It's
The
Mark
transfer
Cook.
window
It's
was
Mark
open.
Cook on your WhatsApp group.
Yeah.
We had a chance to go out and bring in players to allow some of these players to rest, and we didn't do it. When I sat there and everyone was wetting themselves, like Savva said, over Tell, and I said, I don't give a crap about another 19-year-old. I want an experienced midfielder to lead our midfield, because right now we've got, I'll put it frankly, bozos in our midfield. Every single one of them, right? Saar, you never know when he's going to give you a good performance. Bissouma hasn't given us a good performance since probably the North London derby, right? And Bentancur hasn't been the same player since he tore his ACL. That's just the fact. He can't keep up with the pace of this league anymore. It happens. And Son is past it. He needs to go in the summer. He does need to go. People need to let go. The dream's over. The novelty's worn off.
Jay, let me ask you a question. This is the thing. When we say, and again, listen, people keep saying to me, Savva's giving no credence to the injuries. Of course I am. Of course, injuries affect every team. I'm not silly enough to doubt that. I also don't think injuries should stop us beating Wolves at home, Leicester City at home, Crystal Palace away, Ipswich at home, Everton away. This is the difference. Am I saying with the injuries we've got that we should be fighting for top four? No, I'm not at all. But am I saying that from those 5 games I mentioned, should be getting 10 points minimum from those 5 games? And suddenly, with those 10 points, Jay, suddenly Tottenham Hotspur are 8th, right? Now I'd say that's fair with the injuries. With the injuries, that's fair. But the injuries shouldn't mean that we are this far behind, right? Yes, I know if I mention Bournemouth, people will say they play once a week. Sure. But then that's down to the manager. And yesterday, chaps, who comes off at half time? Is it Kulu who's knackered?
Correct.
No. It's the 17-year-old kid that can run for days. So Lubo.
Didn't make sense, did it?
I know we row. I know we debate. And I know every time after we row, people go, oh, you two always row. Don't you like each other? And it's like Lubo and I speak on the phone about 3 times a day. But the thing for me, Lubo, is yes, injuries. Yes, they play a massive part. But it shouldn't mean we're 14th in the league. And it shouldn't mean that we go to Villa Park and Liverpool and set up like that and show that little fight. I've seen people, sorry for the rant, I've seen people, Lubo, in the last 24 hours, it's not even been that long, the last 15 hours saying, we were brave, we put up a fight. We were bloody awful.
That wasn't a fight. We put up a fight at Brentford. That's putting up a fight.
Yes, Lubo, yes.
That's putting up a fight. That was nothing like it yesterday. It was, you know, you're sitting and you're watching it, and it's just, I mean, and they're just, we had front row behind the goal that Villa were attacking first half, and it was literally just wave after wave of attacks. And what was a shame was that they had, and when Conser went out, they had an entire reserve back 4. And you saw how easy we cut them open with one ball down to Mikey Moore, one ball across to Son, and they were wide open. Didn't take much, 2 passes. You know, and we should have built on that. And it's just poor. We don't have a leader in midfield. We don't have a leader at the back. I mean, the only lead, you see, this is where Ben Davies, his experience would have been very handy yesterday. I know Gray came out, and you know there were reports talking about the Brentford game where we defended brilliantly, and Gray was talked through the game by Davies and helped through the game. You know, he's an 18-year-old kid learning his trade. Ben Davies is a 33-year-old international who's played hundreds of Premier League games. Yeah. And so to leave Davis out yesterday to play an 18-year-old kid, so you lose all that experience, all that guidance. You've got Dan So at the back who's just come in as well. That would have been handy for him to have had Davis next to him.
Yep.
You know, for me, I'd have played Spence on the right. I'd have played Reguilon on the left. I'd have left Porro out because the guy is knackered. He's played 35 games already. You know, most clubs have played no more than 27, 28. The ones that aren't in Europe, he's played 35. It's
I
just.
agree, but we knew this, right? Jay was right, Lubo. I'm sorry, I'm paraphrasing what you said, Jay, but we knew this going into this season, right? Fans now that are going, oh yeah, but we play 3 times a week. Well, don't ask to get into Europe then, because I see this with fan bases every year, all throughout the season. If we finish there, 4 points off 7th, if we get Europe, then when you get into Europe, people go, but we play 3 times a week. Yeah, that's what playing. That's what playing in Europe entails. If you play in Europe, you don't get to play the but we play 3 times a week card. You're right, Lubo. He's had Regulon there, not used him. He's had Spence, not used him. Yesterday, why isn't Gray getting a rest? Kulu could have come off, and Ajayi or Mikey Moore could have stayed on, right? He's got options. Lancashire. We sent Lancashire out on loan, right?
I know. What we're talking about, Sav, what we're talking about here is an offshoot of the injury issue.
Everyone collectively looked at their mobile and went, have I got an option?
Morning, Ben. We're all talking about offshoots of it's all. There's so many different layers to this.
Agreed.
Injuries is just one layer. It's going to affect us. If you take out, even if they are squad players, if you don't have them to bring on, then you've got less options during a game to try and change a game. And secondly, you're flogging the players week after week and you're tiring them out, you're burning them out who are playing. So it's a double whammy. It's a double whammy. But yes,
so then
it's now a triple whammy when you see the selections that Ange does. So he actually has an issue. And instead of looking at how he's going to solve it, he actually makes it worse. And this is down to him just being, again, he's out of his depth as a manager.
Can I just show you the mental gymnastics of this football club, the way they have your brain doing mental gymnastics. So when our first team's available, it's always, don't rotate them because the players on the bench aren't good enough, right? Cool. Now our first team players are injured. It's, but we've got our first team out. Then we lose some of our bench players as well. And now it's, but we have no one. But then everyone was saying the transfer window was the best window ever. So I'm so confused. You guys got what you wanted, right? You said that we didn't need to do any more. You said that Archie Gray and Bergvall and Solanke and Odegaard, that was enough in the and Werner, sorry. You guys said that was enough.
How many people, Jay, thought that was enough? For me personally, people said
everyone did, Luke. Everyone.
People said, how do you mark the transfer window? I said, right, they've looked to get rid of Deadwood. They've cleared them out. So that's a tick. You've gone and brought a centre forward that we needed. That's good. You've gone and brought good, promising kids with great potential. That's a tick. You then move on to the most important part of the transfer window, which is strengthening your team for the first team squad. And that was a disaster.
And you don't bring in any experience.
That's right.
You don't even bring in any experience to like bed them in with. You don't even bed them in with anyone. You just throw them into the deep end. And then everyone's going to sit there now and say, I feel sorry. Why? Why do you feel this is what they were brought in to do? And this is why I believe that this manager is being prepared, like the club are preparing to sack him in the summer. They're preparing to just take the loss. That's why they won't get rid of him now. Levy doesn't want to sack up a manager in case, someone comes in and we hypothetically put on a sensational run in Europe, which is just not going to happen. But what do I know?
Interesting take. I was talking to my pal son at half time yesterday, and he gave an interesting take. He said, look, we're not going down. We'll see out the season. There's more chance of getting the right manager in the summer than sacking him now and having a shambles. So you just get through the next 3 months.
Sure,
because it's going to be shit. And then the manager is the most important part of the squad. Why Slot? Why Levy didn't pay 17 million to get Slot in for the
but then Slot didn't want us, did he? I remember reading that Slot didn't want us and he was waiting for a bigger club. But look, Lubo, as I said, for all those that always say I don't think injuries matter, I do think injuries matter. And I don't think they listen to me clearly enough. I don't think Tottenham should be in the top 4 with all these injuries. I don't think we should be 5th with all of these injuries. No, I don't. What I do expect is a manager that assesses. Danny always says this. Play the cards you've been dealt, right? You've gone to Anfield and you're wide open. People, and again, this is where I think people who understand football versus people that don't. People going, oh, he went defensive against Liverpool. No, he didn't. He put in 3 midfielders and we were still wide open in midfield, right? Yesterday, how wide open we're in midfield. Now, in the first 55 seconds of that game, guys, when they have opened up our midfield with 2 balls, 1 ball into midfield, McGinn spins, 1 ball in, they score. At that stage, right, Lubo, you've known this over the years in football. At that stage, any manager will go, whoa, hang on, whoa, we need to adapt this. They're going to cut through. After 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, how many times did they need to cut through with 2 passes? And Ange doesn't try and change anything. That's my bugbear with him, Lubo. I feel sorry for anyone that gets loads of injuries, of course. Some I feel sorry for him. Some I feel like are firmly on his shoulders. But what I don't feel sorry for is any manager that can't adapt. Teams with lesser players adapt. Lubo, me and you watched Orient v City, right? We watched Plymouth, not me and you, but watched Plymouth v Liverpool. These teams don't have great players, but they sat in, they work hard, they go man to man. This guy just keeps playing wide open. Look at this.
He doesn't go any other way, son. That's the problem. That is the problem, and he won't change.
Hang on.
I mean, look at this. Look at that.
I know he doesn't, but this is my point. This is my point. Have a look at that, right? So the area I'm looking at is if you look at between Bergvall and the screen nearest me, right? There is not one single Tottenham midfielder anywhere in the middle of the pitch.
Absolutely.
Right? Because our 2 centre mids have gone all the way out to the right-hand side. And what do Villa do? 2 passes. This is where the ball's going to go. Look, you can see where the ball's going to go, right into, I think that's Morgan Rogers in the middle of that circle. Yeah. Right? 1 ball into Morgan Rogers and you're away. Now, Lubo.
And you can't, none of the guys at the back can move on. One's got to stay spare. You've got the guy on the right that the left-sided centre-back has got it. So you can't even go into Rogers if you have a look. Because if Dan's, hang on, the guy in the centre circle goes into Rogers, you've literally... So it's Gray. You've literally got 3-on-3. Gray has got to hold his ground there. Because if you look, is that Spence at left back covering the winger? Yeah. And that's Danso covering the forward there. So there's nothing. Gray can't move. Gray can't.
I agree. My worry.
And all the midfielders are all in that small space. They've all gone hurtling in, and you just think that's lack of football intelligence, sir.
But
that's just
Lubo,
pure stupidity.
But Lubo, I agree. But this is my point. This is every game this season we do these things. That tells you it is on the manager's tactics. In this situation, Pedro Porro is higher than the football.
Yeah.
Right? If you look at that triangle of Bergvall, Kulu, and Bentancur, Porro is the guy furthest right under the V of Kulusevski. That's Pedro Porro, right? Now, any other team, you would look at that and go, right, we can't keep doing this. This was the first minute of the game, right? You watch that 1 pass. So this is Digne. Digne is, the furthest Aston Villa player back, right?
Yeah.
Now, what Digne actually did was slide the ball in between the 2 Spurs players that were pressing, that are now on their heels running back. And
so,
John McGinn.
Can you go back to the previous one just for a sec? Yeah. If you've got a Rodri type 6 marking Rogers there, you've got Spence on the winger, you've got Danso on the striker, you've got, who's that? Bentancur on the right with the guy on the wing. And then you've got to have one of the other strikers dropping back to pick up the guy who's just deep of the circle that you put. And if the guys move back and you've got a 6 on Rodgers, then you're well set up. Everyone's spoken for.
I agree, but this is the thing, Lubo. This is the problem. For me, it's these things that aren't injury based. It's these things that when you go into the game, I wouldn't mind if, Jay, let me bring you in. Do you not talk for a while? I wouldn't mind if after this goal, you think, so this is where they scored from, right? This is where they scored from. Okay. This is where Porro is, by the way, in the red. What Morgan Rodgers is about to do here is play one ball in and they score. I wouldn't mind if that happens every 3 or 4 games and you go, oh, we got sucker punched there. Jay, that happens 10, 15 times a game. Yesterday, Aston Villa did that to us repetitively, and the 2-1 flat. When people are going, we only lost by 1 goal. Villa should have been 5-1 up at half time. And in the second half, how many more chances did Villa want? It's every minute of every game, Jay. Those are the tactics. And people still can't get that. It doesn't matter if Van der Ven and Romero are fit. It doesn't matter if Solanke's up front or Maddison's in attacking midfield. That still happens every game.
Well, then there you go. And then tell them to look at the amount of games, right, that we lost when we had Romero and Van der Ven. Look at the manners of the defeats. You know, the 4-0s away at Newcastle, for example. I look at that and say, this is a perfect example of poor management. And then, you know, it's very simple. There's a very simple explanation to that picture that we all just saw there. They're all magnets. And what I mean by that is wherever the football is wherever they want to go to. They're not being, and that, you know, I just think, right, that they don't know what they're doing anymore. They don't know whether to go or whether to stay. They're confused now because Ange has waited too long to add the pragmatic style of play to this team. You don't do that mid-season and expect them to click straight away. That's what pre-season's for. We should have been seeing glimpses of this, right? When we were playing Chelsea and we were 2-0 up. That's the time when we should have seen it. At the start of the season. When we were 2-0 up away at Brighton. Those are the times that we should have seen it. Do you know what I'm saying? It's not now, right? And again, I say they're magnets because wherever the football is, they go to. Bentancur's a prime, and Bergvall, right? And Sarr. It doesn't matter who plays in that midfield. They're all going straight to the football. Yeah. And that's why our midfield's so open, because we have no one to sit in front of the back line and say, yo, no one move. Everyone we're moving as a unit. If one of us go, 2 stay. If 2 of you go, 1 stay and sit there and protect. Don't let Porro. Listen, I've been saying this for ages. He's not a right back. He's a failed winger, being forced to play at right back. Because but Jay, that's why he's so far up the pitch.
You've hit the nail on the head, right? This is the thing. It doesn't matter who plays in that midfield under these tactics. I agree with Lubo that if we had a number 6 like Rodri, but the problem is Ange doesn't play with a number 6. No. And that midfield will... This is what I've been saying. The players that are missing are not affecting the centre of the park. And that is where yesterday, Tielemans and John McGinn, we made Tielemans and John McGinn look like Xavi and Iniesta. They ran that game from minute 1. Tielemans, I thought, was absolutely superb on the football. He took his time. He got the ball out his feet. 5-yard passes, 20-yard passes, splitting balls through the middle. John McGinn. How many times John McGinn get the ball, receive it, spin and run? We're set up so that teams can run through us. So when Ange is saying, like in his press conference last night, guys, Ange said, we had to be a bit more open second half, and it caused a few moments on the transition. A few moments on the transition. Every time Villa got the ball, they just sprung through the middle. And I guarantee, guys, you, if you were at Villa's training ground this morning with those Villa players, I bet you they're all sitting and talking in the changing room at how easy it was to get in behind Tottenham again. And this is what I said. I said this for 18 months, Jay. I know people want to focus on the injuries the last 2 months. I've been saying this since that defeat to Chelsea. We are easy to open up. And it doesn't matter whether... You've got people who want to blame Basuma for everything. People who want to blame Bentancur for everything. People who want to blame Sarr, blame Maddison, blame Kulu, blame Van der Ven, blame Romero, blame Porro, blame Solanke, blame Johnson. Until we understand that we are easy to play against, nothing's going to change. And by me saying until we understand, until this manager realizes you're away at Aston Villa with pace and power from Marlon, Rodgers, Bailey. Thank God they couldn't finish. Who's the other one I'm missing? Who's got Ramsey? They've got 4 quick, powerful players going forward. You think to yourself, cut off the supply line. Cut off the supply. Doesn't. He makes it very easy.
Savva, do you remember when we had Conte? Do you remember like the stature of the team? We had strong physical players in our team, players that you could kind of trust to go in, that will go and put a tackle in, that will win the ball back. That's kind of why I was one of the people who I've already said why I wanted Conte out, because defending losses and making losses look pretty is something I will never support. You know, go for the game and go for the game. Don't just sit there and take the barriers. But now I look at this team, and if you look at our midfield, they just all look like shrimps. I know they're probably, yes, they're tall and whatever, but there's no strength in that. The one person who actually had a bit of bite, a bit of strength in that midfield was Højbjerg, and everyone ran him out of the club. Everyone ran him out of the club in the summer. All of the fans, and they didn't realise that he was probably our most effective midfielder, because Bissouma is not the same player from Brighton. We all know this. We know he's not. We know he's not, right? Bentancur was built to play in Italy. He was not built to play in England. You can see that. You can see that by the way he plays. He doesn't want it. He doesn't want to get tackled, right? Bergvall, he's young. I'll give him time. Archie Gray has been a centre-back all season, so I'm not counting him as a midfielder. Pape Sarr, look how long Pape Sarr is. Pape Sarr is as skinny as me, and that's no disrespect. It's facts, right? It's facts. So I look at our midfield, and all teams have to do. You could have a centre-back and play him in midfield, and he'll have a field day. You could have a centre-back, right? You could put 3 centre-backs in midfield against our midfield, and they would have a field day. They would have an absolute field day because they just get bullied. We get bullied by everyone. And everyone's saying, well, if we had got to the final, Newcastle would have tore us a new one. Newcastle
mate, do you know
would
what?
have ripped us to shreds.
Bang on, Jay. I was having this chat with my mate yesterday about if we had got to the final. And I said, if we got to the final, Guimaraes, Tonali and Joe Linton would have bullied us. They would have bullied that midfield. But Lubo, I want to bring you back in. Something we talked about yesterday that I do think we need to mention is where I feel very sorry for defenders at Tottenham Hotspur. And by defenders, I mean centre-halves. This is where I don't think a lot of fans understand this. When we play this wide open style of football, those centre-halves, Lubo, must be shitting themselves. That every time they see the ball, one pass through, they're going, oh, shit. They're constantly on their centre-halves. Lubo, you know, you played centre-back. Centre-halves, what don't they want to do? They don't want to run towards their own goal. They do not.
And the last thing you want is tracking somebody with pace as well.
This is what I'm going to say. You don't want to be running back towards your own goal, and you don't want quick people running at you. So Spurs have set up a system that is designed to allow quick players to run at our back four. I mean, how many times yesterday, Lubo? How many times yesterday between Ramsey, Bailey, Marlon, Rodgers? How many times did they have our defenders in 3-on-3 situations? 3-on-4.
It was 3-on-2 or 4-on-3. You're looking down on it and you're just seeing Danso. You know, he's got a hold back. He's got the guy outside him. Same with Gray. So you've got to try and angle yourself, position yourself so that you're stopping the pass from A to B. But at the same time, you can't be too far over because then the guy will just run through on goal. It's a real problem. You've got no 6 helping. You got the fullbacks that were nowhere. They seriously were nowhere. Spence and Porro were too far out. I thought Spence had a much, much better game than Porro overall, but there were times when, again, because of the tactics, they're inverting and they're too far up. You lose the ball in midfield, and all of a sudden, whoosh, the centre-backs have got strikers running in on them. And I felt really sorry for them, and I mean, there were times, they were just... They pinned us back into the corner. So Spence gives the ball back to Gray, and Gray just hits it long because he's got nothing else to do. You can't hold on to the ball in that position. You can't lose the ball as a centre back because then the defence is completely exposed. So you've just got to hit it long, and you hit it long, the ball just comes straight back. You haven't got a Solanke that you can hit it long to who can hold it up, hold it by the foul or bring a player into play.
Yeah.
Because Sonny's never going to do that. It was the whole thing's wrong. Taylor and Son were played in the wrong positions. Everything, so there was no out ball ever. So the ball just kept coming back.
Is it the injury's fault Basuma can't hit a 5-yard pass? Is that the injury's fault? Is that on the injuries as well, guys?
No, listen.
Is it the injury's fault that Bentancur constantly runs into dead ends when there's nowhere to go and ends up getting trapped and loses the ball? Right? No, it's not. I'm saying? These are tactics. This is how they're being coached. When will people realise?
They're not drill prop. Jay, do you know the funny thing is? And I'm a firm believer in this. I truly believe, right? Were we going to go to Liverpool with those players missing and put up a fight? No. Well, hang on. Let's be brutally honest. Last season when we went to Liverpool away with our first choice 11, we were 4-0 down. So, right, it can happen with any team you put out of Liverpool. But there was no fight. That's not injuries. There was no heart. There was no fight. There was no... I fully expected, when I saw that 11, Jay, against Liverpool, we'll get to Villa in a minute. I said to you, Lubo, when I saw that 11, I thought to myself, do you know what? This isn't the worst thing in the world with Bentancur, Sarr and Basuma. Stink it out. Put all three of them in front of the back four and say to Liverpool, break us down, right? But we're the only club in the world, Jay, that could play three defensive-minded midfielders, if you will, because I don't think any of them are attacking-minded, and still be wide open in midfield for them to pull us apart. You got people in the chat going, but we put everyone on the edge of the box. No, we didn't. Liverpool were picking us off at will. Villa pick us off at will because, again, yesterday, and again, I'll bring this picture up. If Tottenham Hotspur, if this manager was a proper manager and a coach, in this moment yesterday, if Tottenham were a proper football club, Bergvall would be disciplined and be in and around Rodgers, right? Yeah. And wherever Basuma is, would be right along 10 yards alongside him, saying, you know what? Even if you beat our press, you've now got to get past two of us and our back three.
No, not Basuma. Right? Not Basuma, Sav. I'll tell you who's missing from that picture is Porro.
No. But that's not the point I'm making. I get with Porro, but my point is, if you're going to play the high fullback up there, what I'm saying is most managers would say, okay, we know what Villa are good at. Yeah. So where's our two? Your two centre midfielders should be in that semicircle, monitoring Rodgers, protecting that back three, so that when Porro has gone, you turn around and go, right, Villa are on the attack, but we've got five back there. But what Spurs do is go on, just run through us. And this is, I really want to separate, and I know, sorry, I sound like a broken record. I really want to separate the injuries, yes, from the tactical shambles. There's a massive difference. Do I think we should be 5th, 4th, 6th with the injuries? No. Do I think we should be where Villa are on 37 points? Yes. We've lost to Everton, right? Everton couldn't win a game for love nor money. Yeah. Had no problem dispatching Spurs. We drew with Wolves. Wolves were bottom 3 at the time. We drew with Wolves. We lost to Leicester. They'd lost 7 straight Premier League games. This isn't injuries. Grind out those results. Lubo, if we had done that, if we had got those extra 9-10 points because we ground out results and this manager had put people in to be defensive and organised, I would be sitting here going, do you know what? Fair enough. You have actually coped really well.
Well, I would say 5 to Leicester, 3 to Ipswich. I'd say 1 to Palace. Palace hadn't won up to then.
Right.
They brought Eze and Walton back in, and you can see how their results since that day have gone up. So if you look at that in hindsight, we've lost 3 to Ipswich, 5 to Leicester. I'd take a draw with Palace.
Yeah.
So one with
9.
Palace, 9.
Yep.
Everton should have got something, even allowing for the David Moyes bounce. Say a draw there, 10.
10.
There's 10 points. There's your 10 points.
Mate, but this is my point. We
know
listen, when we play Liverpool or Villa, I'm happy to turn around and go, yeah, look at them, they're superior to us. Even though Villa had loads of players out, I'm happy to say they're superior to us, right? I'm not happy to turn around and go, oh, well, we were missing Van der Ven and Romero and Bentancur or whatever. We've not managed to beat Leicester City, Everton, Ipswich, Palace, Wolves. I can't Jay, does that make sense? I can't take those ones. I can take the Villas. I can take the Liverpools. I can't take those teams that are in the bottom 6 not beat. Who have we beaten in the bottom 6 this season?
Southampton,
and we beat Everton at the beginning of the season, right?
Yeah.
You look at it, Wolves, Leicester City, Ipswich Town, Crystal Palace. These games.
They're not above us now.
No, I know, but you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
These games are where we should have had 8 or 9 points more, and we should be level in 8th with Villa in the Premier League, right?
And everyone wants to talk about, oh, well, you know, it was on the edge of the box. There's a difference between sitting on the edge of the box comfortably and being pinned into your own half. Being pinned in because you can't get out. Because when we won the ball back, we were struggling to keep it. Every single time it was going straight back to Villa. Even the commentator said it. They just keep turning the ball over and over and over again. If you actually look at the stats, Tottenham have the highest amount of turnovers in possession in Europe.
Jay, that's also down to players. The players are not walking out of this spot free.
You can't put that on injuries, right?
I must say something. Whatever
at what point, right? Do the players take it upon themselves to say, hang on a minute, we're getting pressed out of our socks. Kinski, send it forward. Send it forward. Relieve some of the pressure. That's all it is. Just relieve some pressure. Send it forward. Let us get back in shape. Let's reset. And this is, again, it comes from 2 things, right? Poor management and lack of leadership. Lack of leadership. Because a leader would say, hang on a minute, Liverpool are constantly coming at us non-stop and we can't pass out, right? Because their players are boxing us in, so we can't pass out, right? Cool. What we're going to do is, Kinski, you send it long. We let the front 3 chase. If anyone wants to step forward, one midfielder steps forward and the rest and the other 2 sit there and protect. Porro, if you're going to go forward, Spence, you stay. Spence, you stay. Porro goes. If Spence goes, Porro, you stay.
That was overdone on Thursday. Jay, that was overdone on Thursday. There was one situation we had, I think Richie was on the ball. We had 2 players against 7. That was just ridiculous at Anfield. Yeah, and we're all looking at it thinking, why isn't anybody supporting? It's crazy. The tactics are a major factor. What I say about the players and the passing, I think I split it 50-50. I think, if players were better positioned, there will be more options for the player on the ball to have and to keep the ball. But so for me, that's 50%. The other 50%, I think, is the players have been lax with their passing. I really do. I think, we've all seen every game. You just said the amount of turnovers, the amount of passes that are misplaced is so much higher than it should be, even allowing for the tactics. And as I said, I put it half on the tactics because that's not giving the players the options. If you've got someone in midfield who's being pressed, then you want to look back and you want to see your options in front of you. one of them should be the right back. The right back's at the number 10, or the left back's in
Exactly,
the number 10.
Luba. We nearly conceded 100.
So you haven't got that
December.
option.
That's ridiculous.
But they are losing. You know, when you get a situation like at the Emirates, where Spencer's played the ball into Basuma and run off for a 1-2 and run into space, and Basuma decides not to play the easy pass back, decides to turn the other way, and Partey takes it off him and the ball finishes up in the back of the net, then that's down to the player. You know, Conte wasn't wrong about Basuma. Everybody was knocking Conte. A lot of fans did. He got it right about Basuma. Basuma is too hit and miss, and Conte didn't trust him. So is
Bentancur. You told me the other day. You told me the other day, Lubo, that when Bentancur's back, we look better. He sits in the midfield. I think we look worse with Bentancur in our midfield. He doesn't do anything. Bentancur, there's no fight. There's no. Do you know what? One thing I'll say with Basuma, I think Basuma, whilst he might not have the quality, and look who we've got, Shawnee boys in the house. How are we doing, mate?
Yeah, I'm all right. All right, nice to see you all. Listen, I'm just popping on for literally 30 seconds to ask you guys if you're still going to be going in 45 minutes. Because I've got this little one over here. I don't know if you can see her, but
Sorry, Sean, have you met me?
No.
Go and walk the dog. We'll see you in 45 minutes.
Oh, okay, cool.
What you mean, Sean, is you're recording a video.
Well, I'll be doing that at the same time. The dog is literally, she's there sulking, looking at her. She's like,
video.
She's all stressed out, waiting for
what
her
she's
walk,
doing.
so.
She's doing a YouTube thumbnail.
Yeah. don't be all like that, mate. You know you got to find the views.
Are you clout chasing?
Yeah, of course, mate.
No, he's clout chasing.
Sean,
a real gooner.
Are you a clout chasing dickhead like me?
No, apparently I'm a saboteur. Apparently I'm a saboteur of movements.
No, you're a saboteur. Not saboteur.
I got called a clout chasing dickhead. So hey,
hashtag.
What do we do? Sean, see you in a minute.
See you later, guys. Take care. Bye.
Right.
Oh, but before I do, just quickly, Ian, Lubo, I'm very, very sorry about when we were supposed to. I didn't get a chance.
I know what happened. Don't worry. I know what happens. Johnny told me.
See you guys. Take care. Bye. Bye.
Cheers.
See you, mate. Lubo, yeah, as I was saying, welcome, Ben. But Lubo, as I was saying, I agree with you. Lubo, we massively agree, and I don't think anyone gets away scot-free. I truly don't, Lubo. But again, for me, I think you've got a group of players here that aren't players that get on the ball and pass it around. So for me, surely as a manager, you either buy that. He's had 400 million quid, right? And not once, Lubo, he has. He's had 400 million pounds. And not what
it's about 300. Go on.
Mate, he's had
still a lot of money.
Pounds,
a lot of
right?
money. We won't split hairs. Okay.
Let's meet in the middle. He's had 350 million quid. You happy with that?
We'll call it 350.
Right, exactly right. I don't care. He's had money, right? And not once has he gone and bought midfielders that can pass the football.
He's
not once.
He's bought 17 players and not bought a number 6 out of 17 players.
But he doesn't. But the point is, he doesn't want a number 6. My point is this: is if you want to play this football where you've got to pass very quickly in a rush and you've got to be precise with your passing, go and buy footballers that do that. What he's doing is in 4 transfer windows now, he's not bought a single centre mid other than Bergvall. And again, Gray at the moment, I'm putting into this little box because we're not seeing him there. So in 4 windows, guys, the only central midfielder he's signed is an 18-year-old from the Swedish league, right?
And Madison. But
Madison's a playmaker. I'm talking about middle of the park, controlling games, putting your foot on it. He's not gone out and bought anybody, right, that can do that. So surely over the last 2 years, you would go, well, these midfielders can't do what I want them to do. I'm going to buy. He's coming out saying, we don't need any more midfielders. He came out and said, we don't need any more centre-backs. How did that turn out, Ange? This is a guy that turned around and said, we need to revamp the forward line. 1 week later, Timo Werner's back. Like, none of it makes sense to me, Lubo. I agree. I'm not taking the blame away from the players, but I'm going to show you guys something. I just want to show you 3 quick things, right? I want to show you this. This is the Leicester City team that beat Tottenham Hotspur, right? Now, no one, I don't care, injuries, fatigue, no one is going to look at that 11 versus our 11 and say that we should be losing at home to that 11. No offense, but you've got Ayew, Canoose, who's a kid, Bobby D. Cordova-Reid, who isn't even their first team starter, Winks, who had to go to the championship because we sold him from Spurs to the championship, right? Vestergaard, who can't run. Fayez is a mess, right? And Justin makes more mistakes than our players, right? That 11 beat us. Now, I'm going to show you the next one, right? Because I like to be consistent. This is the Wolves team that come to White Hart Lane and got a draw. Again, look at the team Spurs have out. Udogie, Porro, Basuma, Bentancur, Johnson, Son, Kulu, Solanke. Everyone's talking about 11 injuries. Where's the 11 injuries there? Where's the 11 injuries when we drew with Wolves at home? All I can see missing from this team is Van der Ven, Romero, and Vicario, right? Yeah. Now, if I push this even further back, right? This is the last one, I promise you. This is the Ipswich team that came to Tottenham and beat us, right? Look at the Spurs team. Porro, the only one that's missing there is Van der Ven.
Yeah.
Right? These teams are coming to our ground, right? They are coming to our ground and they are finding it easy to play against us because of how we're set up. Lubo, I agree. I'll pass this off in a second. I agree. Players have to take a huge amount of accountability, but no one's going to tell me that the 3 11s I've just shown you from that opposition, they took 7 points from our ground, those 3 teams, guys. They took 7 points from our ground. So when people are going, but injuries, but for 7 out of 9 points, those 3 11s took from us. That is utterly, utterly disgraceful.
So I come back to you and I look at the big picture. Let's look at the big picture. Let's take it on a squad by squad basis now. And let's talk about our lack of mentality. Mm-hmm. Right? There's no mental strength there.
That's on the manager.
There are no leaders.
That's on the manager.
Yeah, there are players who are hit and miss, performance-wise, right? Which is also down to them. Okay, mentality, Sav, is down to a player as well. The Spurs players had the right mentality at Brentford. They were fully focused and determined, and their mentality was spot on. But it wasn't at Liverpool, and it wasn't at Villa yesterday. So you got players who are 1 minute the mentality is correct, the next minute it's not. You got players who will go 1 week and beat City, and 2 weeks earlier lose to Ipswich. The week before they batter Villa, and the week before that they were poor at Palace. And the week before that we hammer West Ham, and the week before that we lose a 2-goal lead at Brighton.
Yeah, so Lubo, this is the thing.
A lot of it is mental strength.
Sure, so, but we're set up that sometimes this is going to work, sometimes it's not. I'm not
sure.
I know you've got to go, man. Much love. Appreciate you. Thanks, brother. Please go and subscribe to the Hotspur Cave. And if one of my mods would put his link in the chat, really appreciate that. Thanks, brother. See you soon.
Take care, everyone. Have a good morning. Take care.
Can answer the comment from Mick Lucas 1. Yes, the mentality of those other clubs on the day were better than Spurs. Wolves,
come on.
They may lack ability compared to Tottenham, but the mental strength was better. They were set up better. Everything there, concentration was better, Sav. It's a lot of the game is mental. It's not just physical. A lot of it's mental. The concentration part, staying in your position, picking up players when they make a run, that's all mental. It's all down to concentration.
The problem is, Lubo, you've just said it. You've just said staying in your position. Look how they're set up. Porro's position is to be wildly out of position. Our midfielders' position is not to be sat in as midfielders. Their position, look, again, I show you this. This is their position. They're told, go out wide. How many games? Lubo, I get it, right? In the summer, let me bring you in. Ben, in the summer, I was told by everybody and their dog, right? I was told by everybody, we've got rid of all the deadwood now, right? And I got told, Ange is creating a winning mentality. Ange is changing mindsets. Now suddenly, there's no mindset. I'm sorry. I love you, Lupo, but saying that
it's part of it. I said there were different layers, and it's just one part of it.
Wolves players who are in a relegation battle, their mentality's right, our players suddenly aren't. Palace who hadn't won hang on. Palace who hadn't won a game all season, suddenly against Spurs, their mentality's right, ours is wrong. This is the manager. If the manager cannot get this mentality, Ben, into these players, surely after a year and a half, 2 years, you have to say, you ain't the guy. Surely.
This manager's dead. He's a dead man walking. And anyone, yes, the players are tired. They played a load of games. Why for 15 minutes, from the 50th minute to the 65th minute, did they show they had a lot of energy? They have down tools because this manager is shite. They've down tools. They don't believe in it. They don't believe that 2 minutes into a game, not even 2 minutes, 60 seconds into a game, that Porro's up front. This is, without a doubt, the worst ever football manager I have ever seen contextually. If I saw this from, we saw this at basically Leeds United in a way when Bielsa was there. He ran out of players because he had a small squad and the players started getting really injured. That was a team that only a couple of years before had just been promoted from the Championship to the Premier League. This man has taken a team that was fifth, sometimes 8 when they have an off season, 5th, 6th. He's taken them 14th within the space of 2 years. It's disgusting what he's done to this football club. He's taken all the leaders out of the team. So you can say lack of leaders. He's taken all the leaders out of the team because you see it with fans, Lubo. The moment you see fans in the stand question him, you see he flips a 180, like that fan that was above the tunnel the other day, and he said, "You're taking us down." He came out of the tunnel and specifically looked at him.
I don't disagree. I think
this is a man that hates being questioned. He hates being
that.
It's perfect. This manager hates being questioned. That's why he's getting rid of the leaders. Eric Dyer was one of them. Eric Dyer was awful. He needed to go. But Eric Dyer was a leader No, that's not right. You don't go at people because of where they're from. It's not right.
Us Greeks.
Yeah. He gets rid of the leaders. Højbjerg was probably another person that would question his tactics. Why are we being so open? He's gone. At Celtic, McGregor benched him. He McGregored him. It's now a thing. He gets rid of people that stands up to him. James Maddison probably is saying, why are we so open?
But Ben,
he doesn't like leaders because that's why he wants the players that are so... He wants people to be subservient.
He wants Gray. He wants Gray. He wants Spence. He wants Bergvall. He wants Moore. He wants Sarr. He wants Tell, who's 19, because they don't argue back.
Ben,
he doesn't like it. He doesn't like it. As in the words of Corporal Jones in Dad's Army, they don't like it up 'em.
But how many times have I said...
Mandarin. Like it up 'em. He doesn't like being questioned. Because the moment you say, boss, shouldn't we be a bit more pragmatic when we're under pressure? Nah, you're in the bench, mate. I don't like you.
Ben, I have said several times, I think this is the worst manager I've seen in 60 years of following Tottenham. So that's where I stand on Ange. Let me be very clear on that. What I'm talking about is the player's mentality. That's what
That's his job.
I'm not talking about the manager. I'm not talking about his lack of tactics. I'm just talking on where the players earn a lot of money. They have a responsibility.
But this is one of the excuses. It's a young squad. It's a young squad. When you've got younger players, you need your experienced manager to be putting an arm around you and showing you the way forward, showing some leadership, orchestrate. Look at Unai Emery on the touchline yesterday, orchestrating.
Right.
He knew his team were
Ben,
had injuries. 3/4 of their backline were missing yesterday.
The younger players have been better.
Like this, telling people this is where you've got to be here. This is when you've got to be here. Our manager not saying anything.
But that's a different subject.
It's not a different subject, Lubo.
No, it is.
Because when you've got injuries, your manager should be talking more. You need talkers. You need people's. This is when you do. You're right. This is when you're right, Lubo. This is when
one of you at a time. You're both talking literally. Ben, finish off, and then Lubo come back.
You need your manager to be talking to say, okay, boys, G them up, show them, okay, boys. Give him a bit of encouragement. But he looks like he's dead in the water because he is dead in the water. He won't talk to them. And he's wondering why they're getting stuff wrong because he's not coaching them. He's not coaching situational philosophy. You've got to have a philosophy, of course. But in certain situations, to hell with philosophy, we need bloody points on the board because that's the way football works. It's a results business. That's why you have to have talking in your backline, but he doesn't like it. Get rid of him. He's not teaching situations. It's a vanity, like we said it before, Savva, it's a vanity project that he can try and prove it. Worst manager I've ever seen. Worst manager I've ever seen. Yeah. On to you, Lubo.
I agree with everything you said, Ben, but I think if a player goes out on a pitch, then their mentality's got to be right. It can't be, I can't be arsed. This manager's hasn't got a clue. I can't play this way. You're going out, you're taking God knows what, 20, 30, 50, 150, 180 grand a week. You go out with the right focus, the right concentration and the right mentality. I'm sorry, that's just about personal pride. It's about going out, but virtually most people go out when they do their work, whatever job it is, right? Whether you're a train driver, whether you're a doctor, whatever it is, whatever, you go out and you do your best, regardless of whether you like your boss, whether he's put you on the right project, whether you think you could do better for him in another situation. You go out. It's about what's in there. And it's about what comes from there as well. I teach my kids, it's how well you do comes from the heart. If it's not there, if that drive and that determination is not there, then you're going to...
This is like, Lubo, though. It's like giving Lewis Hamilton the greatest car in the world and expecting him to win races without a steering wheel. He's going to, I can't bloody turn, mate. You ain't giving me a steering wheel.
But Ben, the difference is that Hamilton used to complain because Red Bull had a far superior car. But Hamilton, even though his car wasn't as good as Verstappen's, he went out and he gave 100% every single race. I know their lives depend on it as well, so maybe it's the wrong analogy. But the point I'm making is he would give 100% even though his car wasn't as good as the next person's.
Can I ask you a question though, Lubo? I don't necessarily disagree. I know this sounds really wishy-washy. I agree with both of you. I completely agree with Ben that, you've got a manager that's not cajoling. He's not coaching. We can see game to game, nothing changes tactically. We're so wide open that nothing is clearly being worked on. I agree with you, Lubo, that yes, the players have to go out and play for pride and they should be fighting for the badge. But here's my question to you two. If we want to have this debate of mentality versus coaching, which is what we're debating, do we agree on that? We're debating coaching versus mentality. If we're gonna have that,
so I think.
Hang on. If we're gonna have this debate, right? Yeah. For me, I get it, right? I get what the players need to do, but don't you think, Lubo, the fact when they're seeing the same thing every game, the same tactics adopted every game from their manager? They're hearing from their manager in press conferences that they've done really, really well. I'm really proud of what they've done for the last 2.5 months. Forget that I know he didn't say this, but Forget that we're losing week in, week out.
We've
We've
played
done
well,
brilliantly.
Savva.
He turned around and he said after the Liverpool game, I can't put anything, or whatever he said about, I can't put anything on the senior players. I can't ask any more of them. And they're seeing that, Lubo. They're seeing the same thing week in, week out. They're seeing no tactical changes. He doesn't adapt. He doesn't make us hard to beat. Surely, at what point, Lubo, as a human being, do you do we as human beings go, this is now the 50th game in a row we've done this shit?
Yeah.
I hate losing.
You go, I've lost, I've switched off. I'm not into it anymore. Whether that's consciously, subconsciously, these players, you can see they're not interested in this style. You can see it a mile off.
Yeah.
No, listen, the players are no fools. If a new player comes in and he's not got it, those players will see it. Manager comes in and he's not good, the players will see it. They're no idiots. The players will know. They'll fully understand what's going on at Tottenham. They'll fully see all of Ange's flaws. You know, all of them would have had other managers as well, so they'll have someone to compare them to as well. Even Gray, who's been at Leeds, you know, had their manager who just missed out on promotion last year. So he'll see. He would have taken advice from. He's got a family of professional footballers. He'll be discussing Ange with them, and they'll be coming back and talking about the managers. You know, people like Clough and Levy that they played under, etc., etc. So all the players will be aware that this guy is absolutely hopeless. Now the shame is that you haven't got someone like a Roy Keane character who would get the players together, and he would be the manager on the pitch, and he would sort of supersede a lot of what Ange's shit, and he would try and
I agree with you, Lubo, but that player would be the first player that Ange would kick out the dressing room because he doesn't like leaders. He doesn't like leaders. He gets rid of them.
What did he say this season? He said, and I am not making this up, you all saw it. He said, there are two ways to get leaders into your team. You can acquire them, i.e. buy them, or you can develop them. My preference is option B. I want to develop them. So again, we're talking about mentality. The manager himself is saying, I don't want that. And Ben's got a point. Imagine you had a Roy Keane in this team, Lubo, right? Just imagine, and I love it because we all, don't we? All football fans, as soon as we talk about mentality, we all go, Roy Keane, right?
Yeah.
Can you imagine?
Tony Adams, someone like that, yeah.
But look at what, so let's use your point, Lubo. Look at what Roy Keane, the pundit, ex-pro, has said about this. Yeah. He is the one saying, right? He is the one saying it's tactics. Spurs are easy to run through. Yeah, he hasn't plugged the holes. Roy Keane himself. Now imagine, this is a mild Roy Keane who's now a pundit. Now imagine you've got the fiery mid-20s, 25, 26-year-old captain of Ireland and Man United Roy Keane in that dressing room going to Ange, this is awful. We need to stop this. Yeah. Gaffer, this doesn't work. Ben's right. Ange the first thing he would do would be falling out with you. I'm falling out with you. And I guarantee you that's what's happened. I guarantee you Romero has said something. I guarantee you Romero has said something. I guarantee Maddison has said something. And this is the problem. And I'm not saying the players are faultless. No, the players are not faultless. But this is the point. The manager said he didn't want leaders. The manager's the one that's told them at the beginning of the season, there's no reason we can't challenge. The manager's the one saying, I'm really happy with my squad. The manager's the one saying that he didn't want centre-backs at the beginning of at the end of the summer. He didn't want centre-backs. Then suddenly going, what am I meant to do? Van der Ven and Romero were injured. Well, I know, but you knew their injury records and you still said you didn't want centre-backs. So is this mentality of the players alone? Is it the manager alone? Is it all of them? And is it the mentality that's shifting down from Enoch, Levy, Munn, Lang, Ange, the players? the whole thing, is a shit show.
Yeah.
And this massive pie, imagine this was a big pie, right?
Yeah.
Right? That's not just Ange in there, right? I can section that up. Here's Lang, here's Mum, here's the scouts, here's the medical team, here's the players, here's the manager, here's the owners. The whole thing's a shit show.
Completely.
But I'll end it with this, my little rant. I'll end with this. Ben is spot on. When you've got a manager on the sideline, right? You saw this. Lubo, we watched Man City Orient. The moment there was a player down injured, Richie Wellens went, here, in, you. He was grabbing them by the neck. You. I want you here. Get in there, tuck in.
Yeah.
Boom, go. You, come here. I want you. Our manager stands there like this. And yes,
a lot of the Ange defenders still bring back 20 months ago when Harry Kane left the club. What would you do when you lose the best club in the dressing, best player in the world in that position? If we had Harry Kane in that dressing room, would Ange be the manager? No,
I don't think so.
The first thing that would happen was he would go up to Daniel Levy. He'd be knocking on his door. Mr. Levy, this manager's crap. Get him out. That is the reason he would be happy that Harry Kane left.
You have to wonder. Ben, you have to wonder if that's going on now.
Player would be knocking on Levy's door and saying, "We lose every single week because we've got nothing in midfield and we've got all our players up front. I've got no space to drop that deep into because the bloody fullbacks are there. I've got I can't do anything, boss."
So
Harry Kane's not there because
Ben, we all come back to the same question this morning. Why isn't Levy sacking him?
Can I give my theory on why, Lubo? Can I give my theory? Because I've joked in the last month. You know I have, Lubo. You know what I think about Daniel Levy, right? I've joked in the last month and I've said I want my Levy back. I want my Levy back that sacks crap managers, right? The fact that he is not sacking this manager means one of two things to me. Either Ange is the greatest salesman of all time, which I think he must be because he's duped most of the fan base, right? Either he's the greatest salesman of all time, or Lubo, what you and I have talked about before, is that Levy knows if he sacks Ange now, fans are going to forget that it's Ange. Fans are going to then once again highlight his awful ownership. That's, for me, is what's taking off of this. He is going to wait. I'm telling you, I know this owner. You know this owner, right? Enoch and Levy, whatever their roles are, right? He will wait, Lubo. You know I'm right. He will wait until he's got that rabbit up his sleeve. You know he will. The moment he's got that rabbit. Look at Conte. Conte came in. Everyone forgot what had happened. Conte. He sacks Poch. But it's Jose, one of the best managers that's ever lived, right? Yeah. This is what this manager does. He waits for the opportunity, and when that comes around, it will be right.
He's doing what Sean, one of Sean's quotes. He's giving him enough rope to hang himself, and then he can say,
"Of course."
And then he's saying, "You can't blame me, guys. Look at this disaster."
But then maybe you'll say Europa League exit, and then he goes because we're out of everything.
Sure. I mean, if we're going to wait for the Europa League exit, but at the end of the day, this whole we've done this with the fan base, right? We've done this whole. Wait till he's out the League Cup. Wait till he's out the FA Cup. Now it's wait till he's out of Europe. At the end of the day, if you bring in a new manager, and I don't want to hear all this, what manager do you get, who wants to come? Clubs go out, they buy managers out of their contracts, and they get them in. That is the circle of life. That has always been the circle of football management. Yeah. If you go out and get a manager now, you've given this manager 4 months to assess his team. Look at Man United at the moment. In the interim, people are going to be really annoyed about what Amorim's doing, right? What Amorim's actually doing. Look at him. He's not. Look at him.
Give me a couple of minutes.
You look at what Amorim's doing, Ben. Right? Ruben Amorim right now in his press conferences, he's calm, right? Yeah. He knows I'm going to look at these players for the rest of the season. He'll know by now, Ben. He'll know by now who he wants in the summer and who he doesn't. He'll know.
It's why he was trying to get rid of Garnacho, and it's why he was trying to get rid of Rashford. He wants the Spice Boys out of, basically the United Spice Boys out of his team. He wants them out.
Exactly. He knows. He knows. But the difference is, if we got in a manager now, you give that manager 4 months. This season's dead. I know people are talking about Europe. This season's dead in the league, right? You give a manager 4 months to say, right, and none of this starting again, none of this rebuild, none of this project, none of this process. You give a manager time to come in and go, of this 25 players, I like this 15, 16. I can do something with this 15 or 16. These, Mr. Owner, I need to sell them in the summer. I need to bring in a few of my own players, right? Yeah. But if you wait till the summer and then we have a whole summer of which manager's going to join, by the time that manager then joins, by the time they've then assessed,
you've missed your target.
You've lost your target. For me,
or Savva, when during the off season, the manager will be talking with the director of football, and he will be discussing which, if you're going through the data route, which we're doing, which has failed dismally. This data route it's been an absolute failure. You go through the data. Failure. I want players that do X amount of running per game. I want this player that does interceptions. I want this. I want that. And then compile the list. Then you say, okay, it gives you, let's say, it'll give you a Zubimendi. It'll give you this. We're not getting Zubimendi, but that's the name that's coming. It gives you the players in that position, and you think, I like the character of that player. I think you should scout that player. Yeah. Is he fit the system? You buy him in. It's one of the reasons I say we should actually have two transfer teams. We should have a transfer team that works only in the summer. So they only work in the summer transfer window. Their job is to buy the players you're going to be playing for like 6 or 7 years, maybe, potentially. And then you have a January transfer window teams of, who can we get in now to steady the ship and to give us results now? You have two lots of people. But we don't do that. We're just failing. We're failing dismally because I don't think we even know what the philosophy is.
The thing is, Ben, I see things like when people say things like, but will we give the next manager 3 to 5 years?
You don't need 3 to 5 years.
Managers get 3 to 5 years if in year 1 and 2 they prove what they're doing works. It's that simple. Well, you can't turn around. Let me ask you this question, right? If Spurs right now went and got, off the top of my head, if Spurs right now went and got John Eustace, who's the manager of Blackburn Rovers, and I think Derby have approached him, right? I'm just using this as an example.
Yeah.
If Spurs bought in John Eustace, guys, and for the first 18 months, we've seen exactly the same thing we've seen from Ange.
Get rid of him.
At what point do these same fans that defend Ange Postecoglou to the death, at what point would they turn around and go, this manager's crap? No manager, after nearly 2 years, he's going to be, by the time this season finishes, he'll have been here 2 years.
Yeah.
No manager in 2 years can turn around and go, sorry, I know we've not seen any improvement, but 2 years. 2
a long
years.
Time in football.
There has to be, even if it's a really tiny gradient, it needs to be this. At the moment, we've gone, boom. Right?
We have. No, we have. We
the
have.
The average tenure of a football manager in the Premier League is 18 months. It's the average.
Sorry, Ben, really quickly. I'm so sorry. But again, Matt, this is where you make no sense, right? You're sitting in the chat defending Ange, right? You're sitting defending Ange and saying he needs 3 to 5 years. But Ruben Amorim, who's been at Man United for 3 months, is a fraud. So surely you've got to be consistent. If you want Ange to have 3 to 5 years, shouldn't every football manager in the world have 3 to 5 years? Or does that only apply when it's Ange Postecoglou? Sorry, Ben.
What racing is the Portuguese league? It's the 6th best league in the world, isn't it? The Portuguese league, the Super League. It's the 6th best league in the world.
And he won it last year.
He won it. He made that. Look at what's happened since he left Sporting Club de Portugal. They've gone like that since he left. Yeah. They've fallen off a cliff. So give time to a manager that's actually proven in a top 5, top 6 league not the 16th, because the Scottish League, I'm not going to disrespect the Scottish League, but it's rated the 16th best league in the world. It's rated below MLS by FIFA. That's how bad the Scottish League is. It's awful. It's awful. I don't want to disrespect it because you can only win the league that you're managing in. Should Villa have given Steven Gerrard 3 to 5 years when he was crap? No. They brought in Unai Emery, who's taken them from being almost relegated to being in the Champions League, competing into the next round of the Champions League, whilst maintaining a semi-decent position in the Premier League. Yes, they've slightly regressed, but they have had injuries as well, but they're still doing well in Europe. They're in multiple competitions, and they're trying that, and they're trying. Whereas our manager, boom, Gerrard, awful. Should Gerrard have been given 3 to 5 years at Aston Villa? No. It was awful.
Please subscribe to Tel Cockerell. Please subscribe to Jose. He's a great guy. Doesn't respond to me anymore on the Spurs review group, but other than that, he's a lovely, lovely guy. Ben, you're 100% right. This is the problem for me. I was always taught, right? Based on what? Facts, evidence. I see so many people say things like let's use Lubo. We always talk about this. Not me and you. We probably have, but loads of Spurs fans talk about this. But look at Arteta. And you know what? I saw last night, I think it was Mikal. It was Mikal on Tottenham away last night. Said, why is it that we look at Arteta, by the way, an Arteta that hasn't got over the line, right, with his own team and about 850 million spent.
Yeah.
People go, but look at Arteta in his first 2 years. One, Arteta and Ange aren't the same person. Why do people group those two together? Two, right? Just because X, Y, and Z has done something doesn't mean X, Y, and Z. When I was younger, one of my best mates is a guy called Stud Andy, right? I don't need to give any reference. It's not an ironic name. He is bloody good looking and had all the chat you could want. Blonde hair, blue eyes, right? We walked into a bar and it was like, go on, Andy, which girl do you want? We'll worry about anyone else, right? You know, it was that sort of guy. Just because Andy walks into a bar and pulls the fittest girl in there didn't mean I could. Didn't mean my other mate could. It's not he's done it, I can do it. And this is what we've done with Arteta. This is what we've done. I don't get it, Lubo. I don't get what we're basing that he's going to turn it around. What is this based on?
What Ange you're talking about?
Yeah. What's it based on?
The whole thing. I mean, let's look at the differences between Spurs and Arsenal. Let's sort of kill this argument stone dead. Arteta came in. I'll just tell you one story that I was told by someone who has a very good contact with an Arsenal legend. Arteta came in and at the end of the first week of training went up to 3 of his senior pros and said, I've just come from Man City, who've got a better squad, better team than Arsenal. Every single one of their players gives 100% in training every single day. And he said to these 3 guys, you're in here, you're swanning around. If you don't pull your finger out, you're out. So he put his foot down from the end of the first week in training, if that story is true. The board got behind him. They got behind him. He cleared out all the senior pros that he didn't rate. He started bringing in players. They backed him. You know that you were talking about 50 million on Ben White, 35, 40 million on Partey. And they weren't small amounts. You know, we've bought God knows how many players in the last few years, and I think we're averaging about 20 million per player. And that shows you the difference in levels, because at the end of the day, you're not guaranteed by spending more money on a player, but your chances of getting a better player are greater if you spend more money on a player who's more established, normally an international, and you've also got to pay the wages. Arteta is one centre forward away from winning the league. Remember, that's all he is. He has done a great job there. They haven't got over the line. Poch couldn't get over the line, I believe, because he didn't get the backing at the right time to make the squad that little bit stronger to get him over the line. Arteta is being backed. The fact that he hasn't bought a centre forward, I think, is probably down to him, or maybe just down to the fact that the players they think are suitable to play centre forward for Arsenal for that system, they haven't been able to get yet. We're not privy to what offers Arsenal have made on whichever players. But I can't believe that someone like him has not gone after a centre forward in the last 3 or 4 years. So there's a massive difference. Arteta changes systems, changes players to suit matches. Look what he did at City when he, last year, 0-0 draw. It wasn't that game that cost him the league. It was the home defeat with Villa. I saw people. No, so Arteta gets backed. He's more tactically. He's in a different class to Ange in terms of tactics. He rotates his players. Arsenal don't have the injuries that we have. Their training is much more sensible. He doesn't push players through the barriers that human beings should, have got to be drawn. Barriers that have got to be drawn at. There are and look at the kids they've got coming through. So there are so many differences between Arsenal and Tottenham. And
imagine if you were an Arsenal fan, Lubo, instead of hearing Archie Gray and Mikey Moore every day, we'd be hearing about Waneri and Lewis Skelly 15,000 times a day.
The biggest difference, Sav, let me just finish. The biggest difference is they have owners that want success. That's it. And it feeds all the way down the club.
Yeah, look. I mean, look. My whole point was, I'm not sitting here saying Arsenal are amazing or anything, but my point is, when people are basing Ange Postecoglou on, well, look what Arteta did in his first 2 years. I mean, I just don't get it. Just quickly, I need to get through these super chats. Aris, thank you very much for a cheeky super sticker. Big up to you, my man. Always very, very generous. Before I do these next 9, you're right. Before I do these next 9, guys and girls. There are 850 of you in the chat and 250 likes. Guys, come on. If we can't get 50% ratio, come on. Right now, let's get that to 400. That's another 160 of you smashing that like button. There's 850 of you in the chat. Please, 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 can we get that up? It's terrible at the moment. And thank you to the people that have subscribed in the last hour or so. Big up to you, Aris. Vanit said, good morning, Savva. Good morning to you as well. I heard a great comment from Chris at the Boy Hotspur, wherein as he had said this to say Ange. He asked which other Premier League club will have him. No Premier League club would have Ange Postecoglou. We'll talk about this in a minute. I'll tell you what, we'll save this. We'll come back to it in a minute, Vanit. Big up to Alex Smith, who said, my mate at work said perhaps Spurs should go down and then Levy may go. But Willie, this isn't the Spurs team I fear, and I'm a gooner. Alex, I can assure you of 2 things. 1, we're not going down. There are too many poor teams. And 2, if Spurs went down, it would be an absolute... Lubo and I have talked about this before. It would be an absolute disaster in terms of finances, in terms of revenue, stadium debt, players, everything. It would be a disaster. Big up to you, Alex. Thank you very much. Phil P. Woo! Good morning, Phil P. Has said, change for Tottenham is all that matters now. Mate, it's all that's mattered for about a decade and no one's wanted to see it. But big up to you, Phil. Please, guys, we're not ending the show, by the way, but tonight, Stell and Tottenham Away do have Change for Tottenham on their show. I believe it's Jay from Change for Tottenham is going on the show. Please join that. There is a protest this week. I keep getting asked if I'm going. Unfortunately, I can't go because when I found out the date, I've got surgery on my ankle ligaments on Friday. That is not made up. And no, it's nothing to do with Ange. Ange hasn't trained me. I've been waiting for ankle ligament surgery for a couple of years, and that's the date. So I can't.
It's your hamstring, Savva. You've done your hamstring.
I can't have the surgery on Friday and then be walking around North London at a protest on the Sunday. I'm not allowed to do anything I'm not allowed to run. I'm not allowed to walk long distances. I'm not allowed to do anything for 4 to 6 weeks, which is shit. I'll bring you in a second, James, but big up to you. Thanks, Phil P, for that. Mike Pepper has said, morning all, why has he not been sacked? Levy is a skunk. That's a new one. Levy is a skunk. If you can turn up Sunday, Savva, all the best for tomorrow. Get your boys some prime Angelot hamstring treats and good luck with the op. Thank you very much. Yes, Frank has his operation at 10 a.m. tomorrow, and inside I'm crying. Inside I am absolutely shitting myself. So if you don't hear from me for a few days after tonight, it's because something bad's happened to Frank. Oh my gosh, I'm going to well up just talking about it. Big up to Ian JD. I said, Ange complaining he can't rotate the squad. You never did it when you could. What a clown. This, and more. The revisionism makes me laugh. All of a sudden, we're people like Odegaard, people like Richarlison, that they're out.
Yeah, I saw that in a chat yesterday. Odegaard is the real hero of the Ange system. Odegaard, he played 50 good minutes of football.
72 minutes.
And everyone's
saying,
this is the Messiah.
It's
Wilson!
copium. It is copium. Ed X has said, not defending his performance, but context is needed. Bentancur did have an upside until a few bad injuries killed what he could have been. Ed, I hear you. I'll be honest, Ed. I don't just want to agree with people that put in super chat, so I won't. And I think you'd hate it if I just agreed with you. I said from before Bentancur got injured, I never thought he was this great midfielder. I thought he had some really good games against the lesser teams. Against the bigger teams, I never thought the man showed up. I think he's a very average midfielder. That's only my opinion. But big up to you, Ed, and very, very generous. You come in again and said, Ben, Ian, and Savva are all correct. Why am I last? Why am I last on my own channel? Unbelievable, Ed. My narcissism is going through the roof at this comment, Ed.
It's done it alphabetically.
No, I get that. Or Biss,
I actually
as we could be known.
I like that.
Biss. Tactics stink. Ownership stinks. We're back to skunks. Tactics stink. Ownership stinks. Player management, injury management stinks. Training sessions stink. Ange is horribly insecure. Yes, man. Player mentality odorous. I love that.
Like
what? Can I steal this and have this as the strap line for my channel? Love that, Ed. Thank you so much. It's very generous of you.
That's a t-shirt.
Tony and AC has said we could have Keane and Vieira in midfield, Cafu, Baresi, and Maldini in defence, and we would still lose because of his tactics. Preach. We would. He'd have Cafu up and centre forward, right? Yeah. Baresi and Maldini would be down the wings. Vieira and Keane would be collecting the ball out wide. Completely agreed, Tony. Thank you. And Ed X, again, very generous, has said Tottenham Hotspur FC is rotten to the core. We lost to a manager while he was in jail. Starts from the owner who isn't going anywhere and will give himself a raise and a bonus. I tell you what, I mean, if you look down the years at the funny things, the manager being in jail was funny. Big up to all those people. Thank you to the likes. Guys, James, I welcome you to the show. Good morning. Have you fit any boilers in today?
No, not today. Thank you.
What have you done today? How have you helped the people of Britain today with their water?
He's made a cup of tea.
Yeah, no, I don't drink tea, to be fair. I've done a new tap, new sink, new wastes, run outsides, and then I've just done a leak on a heating system.
Where do you live? Because I've just had a radiator break that I want someone to fit it in. Are you near my house? Where do you live?
No way. I used to be, but now I've moved to Norwich.
Oh my gosh, why? Anyway, welcome to the show, James. Welcome to the show. Norwich. I've been to Norwich a few times, and I always stay in the hotel that is on the ground. You know, like it's got is it the Travel Lodge or the Premier Inn?
Yeah. Oversees the pitch.
Yeah. Vinit's got a point here, James. Let's debate this. If Ange Postecoglou wasn't manager of Tottenham, what other manager in the Premier League takes Ange Postecoglou?
Do you want an answer? Because I don't have a team that would take him, to be honest. The only team that would take him is probably Tottenham. For me, my concern ain't even his tactics. It ain't even any of that anymore. My concern is if you have a style and a philosophy, why are you accepting And I know Ian's going to cry here, but why are you accepting Archie Gray? Why are you accepting Bergvall? Why are you accepting Odegaard? Why are you accepting? No, but if you've got a philosophy, surely he sat down with Levy and said that these are the players I need to play my system. And Levy's got, say for example, I'm just picking names out. If he said, I want Ederson from Atalanta, Levy's going, well, actually, this kid's coming through the ranks. He's very good. What about him? And Ange's gone, yeah, I'll take him. That for me is where it's gone wrong at the start. And I don't believe that we shouldn't have signed Gray, because I actually think I've seen stuff in Gray that I like. But Gray should be coming in second to an Ederson. So if he's being given players that don't fit his system, or whatever his system is, or players that can't play his system, then ultimately you've lost from the start anyway, for me. It doesn't make sense. No matter what he does, if he's just going to say yes, yes, yes to whatever Levy says, then Levy and Lange are running the club and they're basically the managers and coaches. So you're dead from the start. So therefore, going back to the question, I believe the only club that he probably gets into is Tottenham, because Levy wants to control as much as possible and Ange is allowing him to.
James, Levy gives Mun the budget. Levy gives Mun a budget. Mun tells Ange, this is your budget. So you've got X amount to spend plus whatever you bring in. So that's it, finished. He's got no say. He can only work within those parameters.
He's still spent 380 million, though, hasn't he?
No, well, we're on that again, aren't we?
Yeah, 350. They've agreed. They've agreed 350.
Hang on. How much have we had back in?
No, but that's not always saying though. But he's spent on players. I don't.
Hang on. He can only spend what the chairman gives him. So for argument's sake, he spent 134 million last summer. So he was told, I think, 50 million plus whatever you get in for players. So he spent all that plus maybe another 10 million. But funny enough,
welcome to the Archie Gray portion of the morning show. Here we go.
I agree with it. I really like Archie Gray, but he's not a centre half. And
correct.
This is where I am going to go back on Ange, because if you have to play him in defence, at least play him in the same position every single week so he can learn that position. But look where 1 week he's playing Archie Gray at left centre-back. Next week he's playing him at right centre-back. The week after that he's playing at right-back. Then he's playing at left-back. Then he's back.
It's chaos, isn't it? It's just chaos.
Because the kid's finally thinking, okay, I'm finally making this position my own. I'm sort of understanding. He yanks him out, the carpet out from him again. So then people start saying, oh, we can't pass the ball out of defence. I get it, because he's not used to that position. We're not Ajax. I love the Ajax method where every single player can play in every single position. That's amazing. Tottenham are not Ajax. Archie Gray has not come from Ajax. If he did come from Ajax, he would be able to do that.
Sure.
He is being moved every single week, which for an 18-year-old is deeply unsettling, and it's probably destroying him mentally because he's making mistakes and he's probably putting it on himself. He's probably thinking it's myself instead of blaming.
He'll be fine mentally, Ben. He comes from a very good footballing family. I'm sure he's got major support there.
His great uncle is probably thinking if Don Levy was there, he would have thrown Ange out the stadium.
Can I ask you a question on Gray? Can I ask you guys a question on Gray while we're talking about him? For me, I think Lubo, I know we row about a lot of stuff, but I think you'll agree I've been very consistent with the Gray thing. I've said I will judge him properly when I see him in central midfield, not filling in at fullback, not filling in at centre half. But my worry is this. There are lots of people that think, and again, it's 50-50, and we wouldn't be Tottenham fans if anything wasn't split and divided, right? It's what we do. 50% of people think this has been really good for Gray this season, playing at right back, playing at left back, learning centre half. He's going to be a better player for it.
No,
other people are sitting there saying this is not good for his development. He should be getting played in his own position, developing, because he's not really played in his own position for a year. My question to you guys is this: which one of those sides of the fence do you sit on? And secondly, even now we've got centre backs fit. Davis and Danso could have started. There's still never, ever, ever an opportunity for Archie Gray to go and play in midfield, even though our midfielders have been, let me be polite, very underwhelming. Well, toilet is fair. I was going to say very underwhelming. What's going on? Is this good for him, guys? Is this good for his development?
No.
I think yes. I think yes, but only for this season. I think he's learned an awful lot. Listen, he's played in a team that's played dross football. It's just been dreadful. He's been one of the shining lights. No one's saying he is an outstanding player yet, but I think what he has achieved as an 18-year-old kid coming in, being played out of position, has been outstanding. And that is different to calling him an outstanding player. I think what he's done, he's filled in, and the team have been crap. Apart from Ben Davies being there, I don't think he's had any help. You know, Dragison's only 22 as well, so he's not got leadership qualities yet. And I think that he has learned other positions. I know that Spurs try and teach their kids to play in different positions, just using our club.
Every academy does now. Every academy does now.
So I don't think it will harm him to learn other positions. I don't, knowledge is powerful, and I think the more you understand the game.
Football has moved past the eras of John O'Shea's, hasn't it? Though, Ian, you can't have a player. I know we've got players like James Milner that could do it as well, but I think that football is more a specialised game now, where you got to know your position. That there aren't many jack of all trades, master of none.
But Ben,
there aren't many of those players in the game.
Ben, that goes back to the summer when you are sitting down looking at the players you need. One of the things they didn't do, or maybe did do, but did it disastrously, was buy the right players for the squads. So we finished up with 23 players instead of 25 in the Europa League. That's scandalous. That is neglect, pure neglect.
They've got no English players and he won't play them.
They got no English players. So why are they not looking at that thinking, right, okay, we're losing Skip, we've lost Winks, etc., and all the other players that are gone. Why are they not replacing them and saying, we need to have the rules for UEFA are different than the Premier League rules. So they've got to they've actually got to look at both of them and say, right, we've got to have a squad that fits both criteria for both competitions. They fell down badly. I mean, it was shocking. We ended up with 4 goalkeepers, was it, in the squad of 23?
Yeah.
We got 19 outfield players instead of 22.
But that's a worry in itself, Lupo, that in the summer we got rid of Ndombele, Lo Celso, Højbjerg and Skip. Now, I'm not saying not one of them should have gone. I'm cool. Cool. You know me, Lupo. I'm cool right now at Spurs. Any player can go. I don't care. There is not a single – there's no player right now that I would have said, like, if someone had said Modric is going, Bale's going, Carrick's going, I'm losing my mind. None of these now, if I wake up and they've gone, I don't care. Any of them, right? But if you are letting go of Skip, Ndombele, Lo Celso, and
Emerson was the other one.
No. Central midfielders.
Skip,
Højbjerg, Ndombele, Lo Celso.
Celso.
If you are getting rid of those 4, essentially what he's done is replaced those 4 with Bergvall.
Yeah.
Essentially, he has replaced those 4 with Bergvall.
Correct.
And Archie Gray has turned into our Phil Neville, our John O'Shea, right? Yeah. And my worry is, I get it. I do think, I agree with you, Lou, but I do think it's good that he's learning and understanding other areas of the pitch. But because it's not by design, right? Yeah. My worry is, how is at these really crucial years, how is he learning and developing as a central midfielder?
He's not.
That's my biggest worry.
He's not.
That's my biggest worry, Lupo.
It's so bad, and we've not spoken about it. But it's really funny for me that I thought about this last night. Probably, even though I didn't drink anything, I really probably should have had a drink. We've stopped scoring goals since Brennan Johnson came out of the team.
Yep, that's right.
We stopped scoring goals. Think about it. We can't score goals anymore.
I said that last night and got pelters.
Yes, I'm not saying Brendan Johnson's the greatest footballer in the world.
Absolutely.
He scored a load of goals for us. We've lost all our goals.
But again, that comes down to coaching.
Brendan Johnson.
But this comes down to coaching. If you are, James, let me bring you in here on this. If we are going to say, listen, it's the one good thing about Brendan Johnson is the tap-ins, right? I truly think he's a terrible footballer outside of that.
Sure.
If he does come out the team, though, James, surely whoever comes into the team, you're saying, right, the reason why he scored so many goals is because at every opportunity, he's done X, Y, Z. We don't do that, though. We have Kulu out on the right. We never tell him to get in the box. What we tell him to do, he ends up becoming the out ball. Brennan Johnson isn't the out ball. He's the final finish. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But Kulu, when he plays out there, he's used as the out ball from midfield to drag us up the pitch. So if you're going to do that, Son, right? If Son is the out ball or Kulu's the out ball, the other one needs to be busting a gut at all times to get into the back post. And we don't do it.
You're correct, Savva, but you don't want the out ball being your right forward. Because really, if he's the out ball, he should be the number 10 that drags the ball up the pitch and then creates the space for Brendan Johnson to score. So in fact, he's actually undone all of his work. He's undone all of the work he actually did do. Because Mikey Moore can score goals. For sure he can score goals. We've seen it in the academy. Basically, Mikey Moore is a much more talented footballer than Brendan Johnson is. All he's got to do is see what Brendan Johnson's been doing, do that, but better. Be there that's scoring the tap-ins. Be there.
But again, the squad's been put so badly together because then when you look at it, you've got when one right winger, I use the term loosely, that's how they play Johnson. He is a winger that can't beat a man, can't dribble, he's got the slowest pace I've ever seen, if that makes sense. I keep hearing how quick he is, right? He can't beat a man, no skill, right? Yet when he's not playing and someone like Mikey Moore drops in there or Kulu, they're completely different types of wingers. So you've built a squad where the players coming in behind the players that are going out don't do the same job. So it changes everything. And this is how badly the squad's put together. But again, this manager said there's no reason this squad can't challenge. Now, whilst I don't expect us to, stop saying stupid shit. Stop saying stupid shit. At the end of the day, if you want Mikey Moore to be your winger, right? If you're bringing Mikey Moore on like yesterday, Mikey Moore should have been playing on the left-hand side and you put your experienced pro Son out to the right, right? Let Mikey Moore develop in his position. Nope, we're going to put him out of position. Let Gray develop in his position. Nope, we're going to play him out of position. Bergvall, what is Bergvall? I'm not knocking him, by the way. Hear the tone. I don't know if he's a DM. I don't know if he's a box-to-box. I don't know if he's a creator because I just see him all over the pitch kicking people. Yeah. Surely that's not what we brought him in to do.
He's Lamella without the style, isn't he, Bergvall? He's Lamella without the style. All he does is kick people. He is a red card waiting to happen. I feel sorry for the kid because he shows that he's got the attitude. He wants to run about for the team. But I think this is another case in scenario where if you don't give him the tools to be able to do the job and have people around him that are going to, during a game, put your arm... Lucas, you can't kick people. You're gonna be a detriment to the team if you get sent off.
Ben, with Bergvall, I like the fact that he's got a little bit of.
Oh, you want to have a bit of bite, but he's kicking. He always kicks people, and that makes him a target.
Yeah, no, but you got to be careful what you wish for because everyone said this about Dele Alli, and then when he stopped doing that, he fell off of a cliff.
Yeah.
So I think we've.
Just finish on Bergvall. The one thing I like about him, and I think the way the team are playing and the poor way we're playing doesn't help him. He's very good. He gets the ball and he shifts it very quickly.
Great.
And he creates space for others, and they're not helping him. They're really not helping him. He's got a really good eye. He picks up He picks up the picture of the pitch very, very quickly, a bit like the way Ericsson did. And that's one of his strengths. We're not playing to his strengths. We're really not. And for me, Bergval's a 10. He's not a 6 or an 8. He's a 10.
We don't play with 10s, mate. We don't play with 6s either.
But in my opinion, and a question to everybody, who is playing in their correct position? Because Porro isn't, in my opinion. Udogie isn't.
The goalkeeper.
Great, yeah. Well, sometimes, yeah. But let's be honest, like Solanke scored all those goals last season. Yeah, but even Solanke scored all those goals last season from being a fox in the box, and now we've got him running back to the halfway line. So, for me, this is where I do blame it all on Ange, and I take the pressure off of Levy a little bit, because there's one thing in saying, Daniel Levy, and
back in Levy.
Right, guys, I've got to jump, guys. I've got to jump and actually do some coffee stuff. But cheers, everyone.
Take care, mate.
Ben, before you go, just quickly, if you have still got my number, my new number, can you please?
I don't have your number, Sean.
I'll send it to you.
You grab it to Savva, grab it off Savva, and then message me. I need to get some coffee from you.
All right, Shawnee.
Good, mate.
I'll put it in the private chat, actually.
I'm sending it to you right now.
Thank you, mate.
There we go. Right. Cheers, everyone. See you in a bit.
See you, Ben.
Out.
But yeah, like I was saying, for me, you can't blame Levy for Porro playing centre midfield. You can't blame Levy for Udogie playing centre midfield. For me, I would love to see Bergval and Maddison behind Solanke and push Solanke into the box. Let them guys have the free run, and then you play your solid midfield, and you have those just off of the striker. There's so many questions that I have that I believe Ange's just doing wrong, and it starts from the basics.
Yeah, look, it's interesting. Look, let me bring in Sean. Good morning, Sean. Hope you are well. By the way, thank you everyone in the chat for all the nice messages about Frank. I do appreciate that. Some things are more important. He's got an operation tomorrow at 10 and to remove a mass in his stomach, and they don't know if it's cancerous or not. So,
sorry to hear that,
yeah,
that's horrendous.
Yeah,
so
tough times. Tough times.
Yeah.
Look, we've got Pete as well. Look, we've got Pete as well.
I had a cameo with him last night. I'm dropping off. Sorry, in that 15 minutes I spent with him last night, he was typical Pete. I'm out of here. See you later. No, what's happening, Pete? Good to see you, mate. Good to see you.
But guys, let me come to you immediately. I saw your video last night, and I think last night, tell me if I'm wrong, might have been snapping point for you with the manager as well after all this time. James is saying
I've been Ange out, everything but the decent thing to do, which was to give him the cups, because I think that you have to give a guy who's not going to win the league the benefit of the doubt with the cups, which were the only realistic competitions we could win. And if you're in the semi-final of one, the fourth round of another, in the last 8 or last 16 of the third, he hasn't failed in those competitions. So I said, as much as I said it ages and ages ago. I said, as much as I'm Ange out in all but name, the only thing that would stop me is if the only thing that will be fundamentally different is when we lose the cups or demonstrations of the equivalent outcomes of a lost dressing room, which doesn't have to be tantrums and fights and downing tools. It can just be abject confusion, which I think is what we're seeing at the moment. I think a lot of the players don't have a clue what they're supposed to do. And there's been so many micro examples of it when you saw Matisse Tell come on against Liverpool with one set of instruction, and he turns around after being on the pitch in a Tottenham shirt for 30 seconds and berates the captain of the football club for not pressing. First of all, I thought, what's going on there? That's a bit punchy. But on top of that, I also thought, well, what the hell? What's going on? Has he been told by Ange or Matty Wells or whoever, press, go and win the ball back? But that communication wasn't given to Decky and Sonny. Is it because Decky and Sonny are on their knees, tired? If so, why are they on the pitch? And this is when it comes to Ange, I've just done this in a video I've just recorded. I haven't uploaded it yet, but I empathise with the notion of injuries. I do. Of course, 11 injuries is going to upset anybody. I think everyone can get on board it. It's just how much of an excuse versus explanation do you happen to lean towards? What I would say is that there are still options. It might be a very thin portfolio of options right now, but there are still options that he has at his disposal. And if you are saying that Decky and Sonny should have, and everybody else should give the media and the press and the people, the public, the fans, put it all on me, I'll take the. I don't care if you want to go after me, which he does care, because you can tell by his demeanor of how he gets when people ask him difficult interviews. So it's all salesman spiel, right? It's all like, it's the sort of guy that's in the office who, when he gets chastised by his manager for doing a bad job, he's like, he thinks that he's going to win back favor by going, yeah, you know what, I should have done better there. I could point to the fact that my line, like this person over here didn't do their job, that person didn't do theirs, that person didn't do theirs. But you know what? It doesn't matter, because I'll do better, boss. And then nothing changes, and the same thing happens again and again and again. Talk is cheap. Where the rubber meets the road is, do you let the environment in which you find yourself overshadow and overemphasize your ability to do whatever you can to get the best out of what you've got? And if you're making the argument that the reason why you shouldn't challenge the players is because they've given everything and they're on their knees, then why on God's green earth are you not making some fundamental changes with the options that you do have? Like, for example, why did you take off Mikey Moore at halftime rather than Decky or Sonny? He was the only player on the pitch in the outfield that was doing anything that had meaning, and he's not as tired, right? Why did you not play Ben Davies? Why did you not put Archie Gray either in the back three? And this, maybe we'll get to it later, but this notion that the back three was a failed experiment because we tried it for 45 minutes against Everton is such a ridiculous thing. It's like the sample size of an ant, and we're saying that the whole anthill is toxic. It's ridiculous, right? But like, why not bring on Serge Reguilon, put Jed Spence in his natural position, and give Pedro Porro a breather? The geezer's played more minutes than anyone else in the Premier League. Yet you're saying the reason why they're so bad is, or the reason why things are so bad is because they're so tired. You have other options. You might not have many, but you do have other options, and you're not using them. And he comes across to me like a salesman, a lot of sizzle, but very little steak. And talk is cheap, right? You might be able to find the right words, the right order to sell something to someone, but ultimately, if the product stinks, the product stinks. And there's no asterisks in life. There's only scoreboards. And at the end of the day, it's 22 losses in 40 games since or 44 games since the Chelsea loss in the season before last. It's not good enough. Has to go. I don't really know where you go from here. It's difficult. So I want Poch back, but you have to wait 18 months for that. So how do you find a 2-year? Sorry, go on, James.
Can I add something to that as well? And just backing up what you're saying is, every time he's been pushed into a corner where he's had to make those changes, they've actually paid off. And by that, I mean, Jed Spence come in and probably been our best defender, and yet frozen out of Europa League, frozen out of the club at the beginning of the season, sent out on loan. Reguilon come in for me, not set the world on fire, but did absolutely nothing wrong. And yet, if I was Reguilon, I would refuse to play with the way he was treated at the beginning of the season. We look at Dane Scarlett, been given one opportunity, comes in and gets the goal. That right winger, Amado? Came on, lovely 1-2, bottom corner, and you think, God, that's a player I can get behind. So the times he's been forced into a corner to play these options, they've actually come on and done well. So that's why I don't quite understand what's your excuses for not giving him half an hour.
He's not a youth player, mate. It again makes you go back. Again, this is where I will criticise Daniel Levy. I mean, loads of ways I criticise him. People don't think I do, but I do all the time. But Daniel Levy clearly directed the travel of the football club under the behest of Fabio Paratici, of something of which I think was smart. I think it was ahead of the curve. Going youth-centric, paying up for the best young talent. I think we are quietly putting together a squad that has bags and bags of young potential. But for that to manifest into something, which I think someone put in the comment section, Miss Bunny, why do you want Poch? He's a failure. I'd argue he's not a failure personally, but I would say that you need someone who has an interest and a valid demonstration, a track record of getting the best out of young players that have top potential. And I think Pochettino is the closest thing to that, in my opinion, that Tottenham have had, at least. And I think if you need someone to cover the gaps for 18 months because he's not going to leave America before the World Cup, then maybe you go after someone like Ian McKenna, give him a 2-year, or, I know it's too late now, but 4 weeks ago, there was a manager available by the name of Graham Potter, who has a brilliant track record of working with youth. And I think that maybe we missed a trick there. And I was an advocate for giving Ange until the cup, so I'm guilty of being maybe part of the problem in that regard. But I think that you need to give someone 2 years with an option. If they prove themselves and they do a great job, you extend it. But ultimately, you should be thinking about the manager after that, which will be Poch. In my opinion, I think that's the best way. If there's a way that Poch and Levy can kiss and make up and let bygones be bygones.
Couldn't Poch do both, international and club?
Not in a World Cup year.
No,
I don't think. I don't think in a World Cup year. I don't think so. But maybe I don't know. I don't know if the US MNT would be okay with that. I don't know. They rolled out the red carpet for the World Cup, mate, for him. So
yeah,
Let me bring him
to be loyal to that.
I want to bring in Pete for a second. Welcome to the show, Pete. Long time no see on screen, although we speak every day. But big up to you, mate. Look, it's interesting, isn't it? I've never known a manager, Pete, that has polarized opinions and on everything before. You know, I kind of think like even with Conte, everyone acknowledged that he's a winner, but the conversation was, are his tactics good? And just polarized everything from his motivational skills, his management, his demeanor on the touchline, press conferences. Where are you with this, Pete? And is it like Sean said, has he had options of things he could have done, different tactics? Could he have brought in youngsters? Could he have played Gray in centre mid? Why did Davis not play yesterday and we had two right-footed centre halves? What do you make of it all, Pete?
Well, for starters, Ange lost me when he put 9 men on the halfway line against Chelsea. That was the day I said this bloke's crackers and he ain't going to be around long.
Guess what, Pete? I've got it. There we go.
Yeah, that was it.
That right there.
Well, everyone was
That's
winning.
the moment I became Ange. Yeah.
Well, same here. When everyone was winning at life, I'm like, this bloke's off his rocker. And I guarantee you players thought the same thing. What are we doing? But moving forward to today, I think he's got limited options, but he's had options. But he does stuff that he's a head scratcher. I think he's so polarizing because he says stuff that fans want to hear, but then he manages and coaches and sets a team up in a complete opposite way. Don't tell me you want to win trophies and all the rest of it, and then set the team up to as soon as opens up like Katie Price's legs every time the opposition gets the ball. Like the two don't get matched. You can't do it. Like all these silly things, but he keeps coming out with these platitudes and these speeches, and fans lap it up because we're not used to a manager coming into the club saying we're going to win things. Because most other managers are pretty savvy, realizing that it don't happen here, mate. Do you know what I mean? Where he's come along and keeps the naivety of it, even saying about him winning a trophy in his second year. Where Jose Mourinho, who's won a trophy everywhere he go, countless times, didn't win a trophy at Spurs. This man still turned up and said, "I'll win a trophy in my second year." You've got all that evidence before you, and he still says these things because the man's. I think he just believes his own hype, and he's. I mean, his speeches are up there, but what he does is down there, and week in week out, it's coming. And if I'm as fans, we listen to it. Well, not really. I think if you'd buy a car off him, then you get halfway down the road and it'll fall apart. I mean, that's the sort.
Yeah. But what I mean is, he makes the sale. Like somebody said to me last night, and I asked Lubo this earlier, Pete. There's only two reasons not being sacked. Whatever he is telling Levy and the board, right, must be
they're believing it as well. Yeah,
it's like me being a salesman in my real job, missing every single target for every single month and every quarter of the year, going into my boss and going, "I'll tell you what, though, if you sack me, I'm telling you, next month, it's just sort of like everyone's sweeping it under the carpet, Pete, how bad it's been.
It's always jam tomorrow. Everything's going to be tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, we're used to hearing that. He's fitting the mold there, but I mean, I can't believe he's still here, even today. I mean,
he's not going anywhere.
He must have walked in on Levy and Donna Cullen having a bit of the other or something, and he's threatening to grass him up because there's no other reason why he'd be here. I can't see it.
I'd strangely and pervertedly love to watch that. I think that would be a really good sex tape. Just saying, I think that'd be really good. I mean, Lubo, look, it is.
Sorry, you just put me off my train of thought now. I mean,
are you now thinking
of make sure he went to the Korean pub?
No, I'm not.
Before he goes anywhere else.
I'm thinking you do need help, Sam.
Lubo's now thinking about Donna Cullen and Daniel Levy over his desk. Look, Lubo, on a serious note, right? On a serious note, this is the problem, isn't it?
Watch OnlyFans be the new revenue stream for the club.
Yeah, don't.
He wouldn't put it past him.
We'll deal with OnlyFans coming out today.
This is the problem, Lubo. If we go back to the Everton game, like what Sean was saying, go back to the Everton game, we kind of, for about 20-odd minutes, played a strange version of three at the back. I'm not even sure it was totally a three at the back, and Gray was like right back, centre half, centre mid, right wing. We've never seen him try. We've never seen him, Lubo, actually try anything like yesterday. couldn't you have played Gray, Danso, and Davis with 3 players who would have been in their, kind of their correct position, with Spence, with Porro as wing backs, and tried to be a bit tighter? Something, Lubo, just something different.
Yes, or correct, or play Davis instead of Gray there. Put Gray into midfield with any two of those 3. Because he's at the point now where he's got to try something different. It's, this has been 15 months now where performances are dropping. We're getting fewer and fewer moments or periods in games where we're doing well. He's got to start trying something different, because he is so intransigent. As I said, you've got the 13 plus Tel and Danzo now that make up. For him, he has a squad of 15 when everyone's fit, not 25, which is ridiculous. There's so much that's wrong. We covered so much today of what's wrong with Ange that I just don't get why I've not seen pinging on my phone. With Sky Sports News, Postecoglou has been sacked relieved of his duties. For me, it actually makes no sense, because when he goes, if he was pulled in today after training and said, "Sorry, we've had a meeting, we're terminating your contract," can you imagine the buzz in the dressing room when the players come in for training tomorrow morning? I mean, there'll be such a lift. Jesus, we can start playing proper football now.
He's not getting sacked. He's not getting. I think. Listen, we all judge Levy for Levy. He's not an idiot. The only reason that he ain't been 100% called out is because Ange people are. If he was the people that are Ange in, if he was to sack Ange, they would all turn to Levy out as well, and he's just going to make his life even worse. So for me,
the other thing,
I think he's going to have until the end of the season, and I believe that the moment he gets sacked will be the moment our next manager will be coming in. If he sacks him and then appoints Ryan Mason, that just enhanced the whole Levy out movement even more. And whether we think he's an idiot or not, I don't think he's that stupid to do that. He's not going to bring more pressure onto himself. He wants to try and relieve that by having Ange there, in my opinion.
I just don't think he's got anything lined up. I just don't think that.
No,
that's why he won't get fired. That's why he won't get sacked.
He's not focused on the football. I mean, don't get me wrong. If there was a beer shortage at the stadium, he'd managed to have a plan B. But because there's a manager problem, we don't have any other plan B. He's just not.
But isn't that always the way? When the pressure goes on Levy, he gets rid of the manager to deflect the pressure.
Yeah, normally, yeah.
And that's what
the
happens.
pressure's on Levy. The pressure's on Levy, Ian, because the manager's doing a bad job.
Yeah, but we say the pressure's on him, but what pressure for what? What's happening? There's no consequence for Levy. He knows that. He's not silly. What they're going to do.
What I'm saying is that when people say that the pressure is on Levy, like it is now, it's only on Levy from the moderate fan when Tottenham are underperforming, right? And at the end of the day, Daniel Levy doesn't pick the team. Daniel Levy doesn't inspire the players. When Hugo Lloris came out and said the problem is Daniel Levy, there was an insufficient despondency after the Champions League final. I almost choked on my cereal. You are the captain of the football club, the longest serving captain in my lifetime, who has a direct role and relationship in the dressing room that Daniel Levy doesn't have. And yet that captain, who, by the way, walked off the pitch at halftime against Newcastle and never came out again, he has the audacity to turn around and say that the lack of despondency is from a guy that never steps foot in the dressing room. Like, where's the leadership on the pitch? That is not something that Daniel Levy is directly relating or responsible for. That is something that the manager has to instill, and that is something that the leaders on the pitch have to instill.
Sean, we're talking macro and micro here. The big problem is the macro problem, and that's Levy. Would you have Levy in charge of your businesses for 24 years with the amount of failure that he has had? It's failure. Apart from a couple of years, we had a decent year under Harry in the Champions League quarter-final. We've had 2 or 3 decent years with Poch where he came third, second and third, and we got 4 Champions Leagues on this season.
Our 2 highest league finishes since the one time we won the league title.
Well, all depends what you want. All depends what you want.
I
All depends what your standards are.
Hang on.
If you've been there for 5 years, Sean,
the standards of people who have unrealistic expectations of things they have no control over is a common norm in life. Read any psychological book. The pathway to correctness is negativity when you set unreasonable expectations of things that you have no direct control over. You can set the highest standards in the world of things that you don't have to dictate what happens with. It's very easy to do that.
No, of course. But what happens to having a chairman that actually gives a shit about the football side? He's not interested.
Who was that?
He is not interested, Sean. There's no interest from Levy. There never has been. That's the problem. Let's stop making excuses. Let's stop making excuses for Levy.
That is a subjective argument, mate. That's a pitch to emotion.
He doesn't give a shit about he has no interest in footballing success.
In your opinion, but that's a subjective pitch to emotion.
I think the only thing that we could say is almost to back up Ian a little bit is if he did care about the onside football pitch sort of scenario and he listened to Ange when Ange was saying we have 11 or 12 injuries, surely he would have acted at the beginning of the transfer window to help the squad out straight away rather than wait till the last day to the window and have Ange save the deal as such.
Yeah, but do you I mean, I don't have any experience in negotiating player transfers in a 31-day window. I don't think anyone else here does either. But if you look at everyone that does, everyone from Simon Jordan on TalkSport to Johan Lang to Paratici before that to every other director of football to Arteta to the Kroenke, every single chairman and every single director of football explains the difficulty in negotiating in the Mexican standoff that is the 30 days before deadline day. Now, Manchester City might have a different set of rules in which they can play because of their, whatever you want to call it, their ability to just get the job done, right? For whatever reason, 115 charges aside. But ultimately, there is another massive variable, elephant in the room that is now taking place in football that hasn't been there before. And even when it wasn't there, the same difficulties were always present and ever present regarding doing early business in January. But then the elephant in the room now is the additional games that have to be played in Europe, right? There's an extra 2 games that take place in the expanded, extended league system of the Champions League, the Europa League and the Conference League that weren't there before. Before now, all the European fixtures were finished before the end of December. Now, all of the teams in which Tottenham Hotspur and everyone else will be looking to purchase players from, they have 2 more games. And the vast majority of those teams are not going to be secure in their European outlook before the final week of January, which is when that second, in Tottenham's case, Elfsborg, game is done. So it adds another variable to the complexity of the Mexican standoff, which is no one wants to sell before they can buy. It's a domino effect, a chicken and the egg. No one wants to be undersold. Everyone wants to wait until everyone's desperate at the end. It's not a Tottenham theme. This is a universally European-wide footballing fact. And people just
but Bayern Munich are still in. But Bayern Munich are still in it.
Still in what?
Frankfurt
still in it. Frankfurt and Bayern Munich are still in it. So why would they? Why would it take? Why would it take us to the last day of the season? If going by what you're saying is correct, and it's now people are seeing if they're still in Europe. Tell come from Bayern Munich, so that has nothing to do with what you guys are saying. What you're saying there.
I'm saying that the 2 games are not finished, right? The last 2 legs are still to play for, and 90%. Look at the Europa League. The only team that knew that they were going to be in the fight in the top 8, regardless of what happened in the last 2 games, was Lazio. Everybody else could have been out, and so didn't want to lose their best players when they would need them in the last 2 games to secure their funding if they were to get through otherwise. I'm not saying that because they're still in, they didn't want to trade. I'm saying because the competition hadn't finished its league format is what I'm saying. It's a relevant question. That adds even more complexity to all the otherwise window. Sorry, Ian?
Sorry, Sean, Frankfurt and Marmouche. They weren't guaranteed. City bought Marmouche. Finished. That destroys your argument.
It doesn't destroy
Look at Frankfurt.
What you think, mate? Hang on a second.
If you want to make it short, if you want to make something happen,
let me answer.
Sorry.
Go on, Ian. Finish your point. Sorry, mate.
I was just going to say, if you want to make something happen in whatever area you are in, industry-wise, You go out of your way to make it happen. You can use all the excuses. You can throw everything up and say, well, there's this reason, that reason, that reason, that reason. But if, look, Man City went out, they needed players, and they went out and they sorted it out. And they spent 180 million.
They paid 200
They didn't spend much in the summer.
They paid, yeah, because they didn't know what the 115 charges was going to mean for them, right? They expedited their process and their future plans to get it done now because of what happened with regards to not doing business in the summer. There's a common theme there, a similarity. The two teams that have had massive injuries this season and the two teams that arguably didn't do what they should have done in the summer have both massively underperformed, right? But Manchester City they brought it forward and they paid well over the odds for young players because not only because they had to, but because they can. Not every other team could do it that way. And by the way, Manchester City do not have to convince players to come to them. They have the unenviable draw of being able to say, you can come to our club and play 30% of minutes. Is that not enticing enough for you? Okay, how about this? Even if you do only play 25% of minutes, you're still going to, in all likelihood, if not this season, the next, and then the one after that, and the one after that, and the one after that, you're going to pick up 10 trophies, in all likelihood, during your first contract. Tottenham can't have that draw. Why? In my opinion, it's not because of Daniel Levy. It's because of the bigger elephant in the room. You mentioned micro versus macro, Ian. The biggest macro factor, you have to take yourself out of the microcosm that is Tottenham and look at the major factors that affect all football clubs. The fact that 92% of all trophies since Daniel Levy has come to Tottenham have been won by 5 teams is problematic and it's boring. And the fact that 75% of all trophies that have been won in the last 12 years have been won by 2 teams, Manchester City and Chelsea, both of whom were nowhere in the annals of trophy winning history in the grand scheme of things relative to the other 3 before, guess what? Oil money came in or oligarchs came in before the rules were set up. The biggest problem in football and the biggest problem why there is an unequal level playing field and a complete loading of the dice is because of the inept Premier League lawmakers who cannot make a sufficient sustainable set of rules that are enforceable that makes other teams be part of the conversation. The Premier League is boring. And if you guys want to just focus on Daniel Levy, he may be part of the problem at Tottenham. He may be part of a bottleneck. His lack of ambition, his lack of risk appetite. I subscribe to all of your frustrations and all of that. But if you are someone that really wants Tottenham to do better, you should have as much energy towards the Premier League lawmakers' inabilities to set aside rules that are enforceable as you do for Daniel Levy. But you don't, because you'd rather just focus on the things that directly impact you and where your interest and attention span goes to. But zoom out a little bit and you will see that all of the teams that used to be as successful as Tottenham did in the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s, they also haven't won they haven't won anything for the last 25, 50 years. Derby, West Brom, Wolves, Newcastle, Aston Villa, Leeds. If Daniel Levy is the problem for why Tottenham don't win trophies,
Liverpool, Man United.
Let me finish my rant. So if I said Arsenal, I didn't mean Arsenal, right? But Arsenal, by the way, are the only team there's only one of 3 teams that have never been relegated. They have always been more successful than Tottenham. My point being, have as much energy for the bigger problems as you do for the internal ones, because Daniel Levy protests, you will not find any direct relationship between protests from fans that equal outcomes where the chairman has sold their club at a below market rates level because of the protests of fans. What you will find success in protests is against the Premier League and the Big 5 who all wanted to go into the Super League. So if you really want outcomes that Tottenham have a better chance of success, focus more on the Premier League problems than just Tottenham's problems. And that's where you'll get a level playing field. And that's where Tottenham, under Daniel Levy or otherwise, may have a better chance of success.
Okay,
so can I ask you a question? Can I just ask one question on the Daniel Levy bit? Because from what I gather, you're obviously back in Levy. So my question to you would be, from 2019 and that Champions League final and the squad that we had then, do you believe he's done everything he can to push us on to win a trophy or push on to win the league?
No, I don't. I think the last 5 years have been absolutely terrible. And by the way,
from Daniel Levy.
I'm not backing Daniel Levy. It's not like I'm sitting here, I'm Levy in.
No.
All I'm saying is that there's other factors that are massively overlooked. That's all I'm saying.
So for me, I believe whether it was all down to him doing great business, whether it's down to Pochettino, whether it's down to whatever you want to call it, in my personal opinion, that for me was the final straw, because we got within within touching distance of the biggest thing that's ever happened to this club in winning the Champions League, in my opinion. And rather than sort of say, you know what, next year we go again, I personally believe he said, right, we've made it there. We're on the big stage now. Took his foot off the gas. Well, he didn't have his foot on the gas because of Pochettino, in my opinion, worked miracles with signing nobody. But he then kind of sat back in his chair and thought, yeah, we're here, we've made it. And very, very slow or quickly, we've declined hugely. And to the point of now, Aston Villa, when we was in our Champions League final, they were in the playoff final. So for me, I agree with it's hard for them to push on and be in the top four. But when you've rapidly gone down to a relegation battle or bottom half of the table, and the team that were the league below are now in the Champions League taking your position, for me, that is where all blame goes to Levy and say, you know what, you had your opportunity. Not many people get that opportunity and you blew it.
Yeah, okay. And I don't just, like I said, you know, people always ascribe my stance because it's, I spend most of my time calling out the things that are not spoken about elsewhere. People then think that by proxy of that, if I'm not with the movement, I'm against it. I'm not. I always support people that want to protest. You can go all the way back to like my 5th video on my channel 2.5, 3 years ago, where Brian Daigle was going to the protest when Paratici was going through his legal issues. And I can put the clips up to show that every single time there's been a protest, I have supported it. I put the details of it up. I am with you guys because I think the pressure that you put on Daniel Levy helps. I really do, right? So I'm in support of it. I just don't think that is the outcome. With regards to the last 5 years, James, I think that, yeah, it's been a massive backward step. There's shitloads of mistakes that have been made, shed loads of mistakes that have been made. If you look at anybody in life, though, anyone in business, Ian, you're a businessman. Have you made a perfect call on every decision you've ever made? I doubt it. I certainly haven't. Right? I've made tons of mistakes in the growth of a business, 3 businesses. Right? I've made so many mistakes. Sure. I also come from a stockbroking, investment banking background. Like there's a phrase in banking, right? First of all, it's leave some for the next guy. Second of all, is if you make more decisions that are right than wrong in a day, you've had a profitable day. So expect to make bad decisions. Daniel Levy, over 25 years, has made countless bad decisions. He is also responsible. If the buck stops at the top, he is also responsible for why it is that Tottenham fans have the audacity to consider title charges a relevant and realistic opportunity. It's what's good for the goose has to be good for the gander. You can't have your cake and eat it. You can't say he's responsible for all of the problems, but the credit goes elsewhere. If the buck stops at the top, that has to be consistent for the reason that we finished in our top 2 league positions of all time. He has to be responsible for getting us to the Champions League final. If he's responsible for why we signed Ndombele, if he's responsible for Richarlison, if he's responsible for all of the decisions that happen on the pitch, he's responsible for all of the outcomes off of it. It has to be that way. You can't have a duplicitous version of how to attract or align accountability.
That's fair. But let me come back to you on a few things there, Sean. I came into my industry in '79. I was just selling just normal salary plus commission salesman. And then I joined an agency in '89 and I worked for 9.5 years under a guy who had been a textile agent for 35 years when I joined. He was absolutely brilliant and he mentored me for 9.5 years. And at the age of 41, I then had the confidence in myself to go out in business, went out and got my own agencies and started selling and running my own company. And that takes me back because I had been taught about the industry that I'm in. Levy has no interest in football. Now, that is not a criticism. Not everybody has to be interested in football. I've been told by somebody quite close that when his father and brother were West Ham season ticket holders when he was a kid, he had no interest. An old customer of mine was sat with him at the dinner table in 2000, the year Chelsea won the FA Cup, and my old customer was still is a Chelsea fan, and he was high as a kite. And Levy, this was the May before the December Enid bought the club, and Levy did not understand why he was high as a kite. He has no empathy about football. That's fair enough, okay, but 2 things. Firstly, his father built a very successful menswear business. Very successful. His father, and I know that because my father was in menswear.
Daniel Levy's father or the guy, your friend? Daniel
Levy's father. So Daniel Levy's father learned about the product and was a major success. So you think if you're living in the same house, if you go into an industry, learn the product, if you're not prepared to learn the product, or you're just not able because your mind doesn't work in that way, then do what I was told at a charity dinner by Richard Branson's number 2 or 3 that I went to a charity breakfast many years ago, and someone asked a question in the Q&A, how come Richard's so successful? And he said, Richard is an entrepreneur who looks for opportunities, and he brings in experts to run the businesses. Levy has never brought a business. He totally micromanages the business completely. A friend of mine 12, 13 years ago, his son had just joined the academy. Levy saw him out because they know each other. A few weeks after his son joined the academy, and said, I see your son's joined. What CEO knows what kids are joining the academy at 14 or 15? He is all over everything, but he doesn't understand the business he's in and what they've tried to do.
Isn't that a good thing, though? Shouldn't we celebrate the fact that you, like, when you see a CEO who goes in and knows the name of the cleaner and the cook and everything? That's a nice thing, isn't it?
Not if it's irrelevant if he's not learning about the business, Sean.
I think the problem is what you're saying, Lugo. You're right, and Sean's right, but there's also different. The business that Levy was thinking about wasn't football; it was the Premier League. The Premier League is in the money that it brings in, not the football on the pitch. Is the Premier League, the money from the Premier League that was going up and up and up. This is what he said, because all the TV money wasn't really in its heyday like it is now. He saw that coming, and that's when he jumped in, and that was his pure ambition to use that money to help fund whatever he wanted to do. It wasn't about I'm a big football fan or I'm a big Tottenham fan, I want to win things. He is
a Tottenham fan, though, right? He is a Tottenham fan.
Well, apparently, so he says, but he does best to hide it. But that's what he said. That's what he said when he came into the club in an interview. We saw an investment opportunity because the TV income that was coming in was kicking off, and that's when they made their move. That was what he come in for. Now, Sean, I agree with a lot of what you said. I think Levy is the reason we've been to where we are and where we are now, but he's also become the reason we don't go any further. So
do you think that? Do you think he is he? Look, if you were to take away Chelsea and Manchester City's not just profligate spending, not just in the case of Chelsea, incredibly fortuitous circumstances, that first of all, you had a very unique owner in Roman Abramovich who, look, if you put aside his dodgy history or whatever, because there's no such thing as a clean billionaire. You look at Joe Lewis, all the things that he's done in Patagonia, like there's no such thing. Right? So I don't care about his past, but he's a very unique owner in as much as he had incredible amounts of disposable money, and his motivations may have been an accompaniment of, I want success. I'm someone that wants success at whatever I do, and if I'm going to turn my hand to football because I like football and I want Chelsea, I see an opportunity there. It's very unique in that he was able to spend the money he did because there was no rules in place when he came in. He caught Chelsea up incredibly quickly, took them on to ridiculous success, had these ridiculously high standards. I remember watching an interview with John Terry and Frank Lampard that said the day that Abramovich came in, he sat them all down and said, we're going to build the Cobham training ground. And by the way, if you're good enough, you stay. We're going to demand success here. But if you don't pull your weight, if you're not cutting the cheese, then you're out, right? Incredible standards, incredibly fortuitous, unique environment. Then what happened with regards to the Russia-Ukraine war? He had to go. $1.5 billion of debt that was towards the owner was just written off, which is illegal, by the way. You can't just do that. I couldn't do that. You couldn't do that, Ian, but he could because of the circumstances that were afforded the situation, afforded the environment. And then the next guy comes in, and first and foremost has the smartest men in the room in terms of going, well, look, let's not look at these laws and say, let's work within them. Let's find ways to work around them. Now, Daniel Levy, this is, again, an area where I will criticize him. Like, I think he shouldn't be criticized for expecting the lawmakers of an industry as big and as widely popular and expansive as the Premier League. I don't think you should have to sit there and expect the rules to be unenforceable. I think you should be able to trust the lawmakers to be able to set a set of guidelines and principles that aren't able to just dance around by associated party transactions, which is still up in the air. But ultimately, where the rubber meets the road, and my criticism of Daniel Levy is that all of the things that Chelsea have been able to do, selling one hotel and leasing it back, and basically, using other teams in that kind of dissident 5 or dissident 4 in Villa, Newcastle and City by inflating the valuations of players through the youth system, buying them from each other, amortizing one, all that stuff is clever accounting that doesn't really matter. It's all paper profit. But Daniel Levy could be engaging in exactly the same things. He is under the Inept umbrella, who is under the Tavistock umbrella. Even with the APT transactions where Etihad were not allowed to sign the contract with Manchester City in 2023 because it was seen to be at inflated rates, you don't have to be a genius. In fact, on my channel and with Johnny, we made a list of 10 loopholes that could easily be explored that haven't yet. And one of them, 24 hours later, was done. Exactly. It's quite a funny. Yeah, Sean. Just finish my rant. Just one second. But just the fact that Daniel Levy doesn't do something else, which is you've got fingers in so many pies. Even if you can't say, well, Inept will sponsor the stadium, not that would make any sense. Even if you can't say Inept will sponsor the stadium for 70 million quid a year, because that would be an APT infraction, what you can do is go to one of the many suppliers or the customers or the vendors of one of any of the other businesses under the Tavistock umbrella and say, you sponsor the club for a lot of money, and we'll find a way to make it right via the connections and the spider web of interactions, right? There's loads of things that Daniel Levy could be doing, and the fact that he wants to still stay within the rules when the rules are clearly worthless is a frustration.
Yeah, Sean,
I've got to jump off. I've got to jump off for 5 or 10 minutes, and then I'll be back. But can I I'll put this to you, Sean. Take out the loophole situation. Let's just stick at working within FFP, PSR, whatever it is today. How come every other chairman pushes the boundaries that they can do within the rules, and we don't?
Thank you.
We have 19 other chairmen that do, and Levy that doesn't, and never has done, and has openly admitted that he doesn't.
Because I would imagine there's a lack of box office. Don't do that, mate. We'll do this. We'll do the same thing that happened last time you came on.
No, but I'm just saying that.
Hang on, Alex. Just let Sean answer.
I'm listening to him. But I'm just saying.
Mate, but you're gaslighting. You're gaslighting people's opinions without giving.
I'm not gaslighting, bro. I'm listening to you. I'm listening to you.
Sure, Alex. I've put something to Sean. Let him just reply to that.
Right. So, are you giving Aston Villa an example that have 96% wage to turnover ratios? Is that what you're saying?
That's within. That's the yes. That's possibly at the very.
So that's an example. Yes. That's an example. That's an example of profligate spend that if Aston Villa maintain their European, because obviously the rules in the Premier League are up in the air and changing, but if Aston Villa maintain their qualification for Europe next year, then under the current rules, they will be forced to sell and liquidate their best players, right? But funnily enough, I've been scratching my head going, why would Aston Villa under El Naswari, why on God's green earth would they join the dissidents of City, Chelsea and Newcastle? Why would they do that? It makes no sense until you find out a year and a half later that they can sell John Duran to Saudi Arabia for £68 million and profit 66 million pounds, 68 million, 72 million and got £68 million profit, right? It's, you scratch my back now, I'll scratch your back later. Right? So you can make the argument that Daniel Levy can be spending more. Yes, you can, right? And I subscribe to it. Do I subscribe to this notion that it's very fortuitous to right now bash the wage to ratio turnover when we just happen to relinquish Harry Kane, Hugo Lloris, Eric Dyer, Perisic, and Ndombele, who, by the way, 10 million of that number that everyone bandies around, we dropped the salary cap by 30 million. 10 million of that was Ndombele, which we didn't just scrap, we paid off, right? So that's 33% of the argument, as you would call it, dismantled, or whatever the word you used about my argument earlier. But on top of that, there is more he could do. But then you're pushing the boundaries in other areas where you'd have to have these agreements in place with the likes of Saudi Arabia via the Clear Lake Capital connection between Chelsea and Newcastle, and Aston Villa are joining that. Do you want to be part of a cabal? I don't want to be part of that cabal.
Sean, there is a middle ground. There is a middle ground between where Levy is and talking about the cabal.
And I agree. And I'm an advocate.
Why are Newcastle dealing with it properly, though, Sean?
Sean, can I say? Yeah.
I've got to read
Ian, stick your number. Ian, can you stick your number in the private chat? Ian, can you put your number in the private chat?
Sure.
I need to message you. Cheers, mate.
Yeah, Sean. Okay.
Sean, I don't disagree with most of what you said there. There is rules being flouted, all that sort of backhand, all that going on. We know that. So then we have to be, in spite of all that, we have to be better than what we are. And the problem I've always got with Daniel Levy is his decision making is the worst. His decision making on the football is shocking, and he's not got the humility to go, do you know what? I'm not good enough on this side of the business. I keep cocking this up. Yeah, he's had it really good, and he cocks it up, and he's been keep doing time and time and time again. Every time he gets involved, it goes pear shaped.
Okay, so that's fine. That's absolutely fine, Pete. And
that's where he's got to go. Do you know what? I need to leave this alone. And then because I need,
he's never going to do that, Pete.
He's never going to do that. This is part of the problem. This is the problem with him. What Sean says is correct about spending and all that. And we do spend money. We have spent money. No one can say we don't spend money. And since we've gone into the stadium, our spending has gone up 5 times. All that. That's all true. But it's just been poorly spent. It always comes down to decisions made. And he's at the head of those decisions. He sets the remits for the directors of football.
Does that failure, Pete, require the response of he has to go? Because I promise you, when you go through the very simple maths, when you go through the very simple, it's very easy to do. But I always get challenges. People say, sure, what you want is a solution, not a problem. It's not our job to find the little black book of billionaires who could take over.
I don't care who brings the solution, whether it's him or anyone else, but the change has to happen.
Well, that's why I believe the only person that's ever had the ear of Daniel Levy is Fabio Paratici. I don't credit Daniel Levy with the youth revolution. I don't credit Daniel Levy with any of that, because I'm not someone that says the buck stops at the top. I think it's a valid argument if you want to do it, but you have to be consistent with accountability. When the good goes there and the bad, the bad. But I believe it's far more relevant in a multifaceted organization to give, yes, ultimate control and therefore ultimate accountability, but ideally you give it to the people that are here, right?
To do their roles, yeah, which he...
And Paratici is the guy that championed the youth revolution, and that was a really good one of the only things that you can hang your hat on now. So get him out of his ban in 18 months, bring him back in. See you later, Scott Munn. Unless you're doing something with
Sean, everyone's saying that though, Sean.
This is what I'm saying. One second.
Well, that's what I'm saying. We're all in alignment then, right?
He had that. Let's take your. He had that going, yeah, with Paratici, the youth thing, and all that was good. Paratici get his ban. Then he brings in someone else who's going to completely rip that up. Why would you not bring in someone who's going to keep that going?
Like Gabonini, right?
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. Levy made another poor decision that knocks all that work. Then goes out knocks us back a bit.
I completely agree with that.
It's always his problem. It's always his problem. I don't care. I'm not so big for spending because, like you, I look at the numbers and all that. I know where he's at. And all that sort of stuff. Yeah, we can't spend money we don't have. We only spend club money. We don't spend Enix money, enough like that. All that is true. So we can only spend profit, can't spend revenue, all that. But it's the decisions, because we've been in key, despite all them barriers against us, like you said, with everyone doing this, that, and the other, we've been in good positions many times where we could be knocking on that door and sometimes kicking it down. And he has made decisions either to do something or not to do something. That's always cocked it up. And now we've just come back to it again. As you said, Paratici changed all the youth set up, got some really good players in, got rid of all the flash kits and all that, and kids come in who want to serious about their football, and that could be reaping rewards. Paratici gets a ban, he then goes and gets another geezer who does something completely different and comes in and rips that up, which I cannot.
Well, we don't know that, right? Like, I think Daniel Levy wanted to go down the evidence-based reporting thing because of Brighton and Brentford's model, and Johan Langer is an advocate of that. And Paratici, I believe, is a bit more old school, who just kind of goes and has conversations with people that he knows, and a bit of an agent type.
You have to have both in this day.
I know you. I absolutely know you do, but at the same time, Daniel Levy's between a rock and a hard place because of Paratici's previous endeavours, right? So you can't have no director of football or one that's on a consultancy basis that can't be in meetings. So you have to fill the gap. And Daniel Levy, rightly or wrongly,
we don't need to have a director of football. We've not had one before. We don't need to have one.
But these days, like Alex Ferguson was the last manager that basically was an advocate of, I don't need a director of football because I am over everything. But listen, I'm not going to sit here and like even in any way, shape, or form defend against the idea that Daniel Levy doesn't screw things up. He absolutely does. My argument is, what is the risk of new? This idea of a new owner does not necessitate better. Right?
No,
It doesn't.
you cannot guarantee.
Every chance,
Sean, you don't know though,
can
Sean.
go worse. Every chance can go worse.
Can I?
What I'd say is
I've got to shoot. Guys. I've got to shoot. So I just want to add something to what Sean's saying here. I think if everybody blames everything on Levy, no one can say that he hasn't done any good, because then they're just lying. They're pure blaze lying. And then the stadium, the training facilities, balancing the books is in the point of now we're a self-run club. We actually don't need a businessman. We could cover ourselves. So in that respect, no one could deny Levy for doing a great job in that regards. But for me personally, like we were saying, every time we've got halfway there or nearly there, and you've had the opportunity to say, you know what, balls to the wall, this is where we go big now, he's dropped it every single time. So
well, the biggest occasion on that is the post stadium move, right? Under Pochettino.
Yeah. The post stadiums.
The reality is, James, though, people like to ignore this fact because it doesn't suit the narratives, and that's why I like to point these things out. Not because I necessarily am the antithesis of the Levy out movement. I just think it's necessary for the people that are watching who don't know, who don't have their feet to their ear to the floor as much as we all do. Maybe some of them, a lot of them have more feet to the floor or more ears to the floor, but generally speaking, there's some people that just sort of participants in a conversation and want to hear things. For the purposes of balance, it's worth remembering that we did just spend £1 billion, and under the rules of FFP, I know it was debt, but under the rules of FFP, we were absolutely cash strapped. And so, as I've always said, despite the fact that it was the best thing for Tottenham fans in 25 years, getting to the Champions League final, in terms of like where we were as a club, and the fact that particular season we were on the decline anyway in the league, similar to this season, terrible league performance, got to the Cup semi-final and the Carabao Cup, got to the Cups of the Champions League Cup final, but it was probably the worst timing of a Champions League run, because it fundamentally reset the expectations of Tottenham fans around what isn't reasonable output. And given the fact that year we just moved stadium, look at Barcelona now. Barcelona spent I don't know if you guys have read through the Deloitte Money League detail. The only team that has had a massive shift in their ready revenues, and why Barcelona couldn't register the likes of Dani Olmo et al. For so long, is because they're building their new stadium, right? And they had to go and play last season and for half of this season I think this season now, in fact, at some like 40,000 seater B League squad.
Yeah,
but these things have an impact, and they're relevant factors as to why we couldn't kick on. I'm not saying that we couldn't do more, but the idea that Daniel Levy just went, nah, fuck it, go on, figure it out. It's not true.
He's definitely been scoring own goals, though, hasn't he? Let's be honest, because even the likes of, say, for example, Gareth Bale. If we take Liverpool and Tottenham, just the two circumstances. Liverpool sold Coutinho, bought in Van Dijk and a new keeper. We signed Gareth Bale, bringing Eriksen, Chadley, and the list goes on and on and on and on. There was no signs of him then saying, you know what, we're going to sell our best asset, but we're going to buy two proper players and we're going to go again. For me, he went, we'll sell our best player.
Hang on, but the argument is that Daniel Levy makes all the decisions at Tottenham, which isn't true, right? Who was it at the time? Was it Hitchin that did that, or was it who was it? Baldini,
but he still has to sign him off. No, he still has to have the final say and say, here's your money.
But that's But if he's not the football guy, he's trusting the guys that he employs. Like Daniel Levy is not.
No, I get it. I get that. But
identify Tanguy and Ndombele. Daniel Levy did not identify. I mean, maybe Jed Spence is probably something that the media maybe had some leverage to. But every other signing that's been an absolute shit show. Are we really trying to lay the signing at the feet of Daniel Levy for spending $60 million on the club? Or should we more realistically expect that someone who has been employed as the footballing scout, who, by the way, all of them, Steve Hitchin included, have a brilliant resume. It's not like we're signing, Pete or me or you, James, that have no real history of doing this. He's signing people that have come from clubs that have had success and they have a great resume. Now, maybe he's being convinced by a sales pitch too easily. I don't know. None of us do. But this idea that Daniel Levy went, No. I want this player. Go and get him. It's such a.
I agree. But if you just before I go, Alex, sorry, just before I go, no, I agree with you. But you've got to look at it as in, say for example, you own a Ford and you go into a Mercedes garage. You go, look, I could have a Mercedes, but then you go outside and you go, actually, there's 10 Nissan Micras there. I can have all 10 of them for the price of that one Mercedes. Like you have to kind of, and for me, although he isn't scouting it, yeah, they're probably worth a bit now, to be fair. But yeah, when you're looking at things, though, you've got to have their ability to say, you know what? No, I'm actually in charge here. Sometimes you need to go and get the Mercedes, or you need to go and upgrade it and add that to your garage, rather than no, let's buy 10 of one rather than 2 or 3 of the other. Anyway, nice change here, Sean. I've never been on a show with you and stuff, so good speaking to you.
I'll stick your number in the private chat, mate. I don't mind.
Sorry.
Yeah.
TVM,
I'll do that now.
This is your warning. This sort of shit. We're not kids in the playground.
That is what makes people turn away from this sort of movement.
This is ridiculous.
Like that. That is just. That's why moderate fans not getting involved.
But Savva, I think he's just been a troll. I think he's just been a troll because he wouldn't say that.
Right, cool. I'm not having it. I'm not having it.
That's not the first
right.
James, see you later, mate. Thank you.
Thank you. Cheers, guys.
I want to bring in box office. Box office. Sorry.
Yeah, it's cool.
What happens when you're eating ice cream during the live
I saw
show.
Sean, and you know what? I just need to question on a few things he just said. Right. Okay. I'll give you Undombele. Because that was on Pochettino. Because he said and he did decline a lot of players. I will give him that. Right. But just on what you said, that we were in debt, whatever you said, that time of year, right? On that time of year, yeah. Love the camera work there, by the way. Very cool. We have to have a little bit of a laugh, don't we? But the point is, though, yeah, if we're so much in debt, why do we sack Pochettino having to put all that money away and then get Mourinho and spend all that money on Mourinho when we could have got somebody else in, a coach in, lower cost, that would have done a better job, right? Would have been similar to Pochettino, right? That's where my question mark is on Daniel Levy. You know what I mean? Because
I don't know the motivations of Daniel Levy. I'm not in his head, so I don't know why it is that he picked Conte or Mourinho. But I would imagine that part of it is because of the pressure that is put on him by Tottenham fans. And it's right, like I say, always support the protests, always support people that feel differently to me. I very much appreciate that I'm in a pool of very few people, at least in the online space. I think at the stadium, etc., it's a little bit more balanced, a little bit more even distribution. We'll see on Sunday. But I think the reality is, I think that Daniel Levy, after Pochettino, first and foremost, I think Pochettino shot himself in the foot in the pre-match press conference. We talk about like narky pre-match press conferences that Postecoglou conducts. But in the pre-match press conference to the Champions League final, the question came from one of the reporters, you know, if you win tomorrow, or if you win whatever, what do you do next? And he was basically pitching for the Argentina job or the Real Madrid job, right? He was already thinking that he'd won. And that he was a legend. And anyone that hang on, let me finish you asked me a question, let me finish the answer. So that's the first thing. I think that pissed off Daniel Levy, just like Harry Redknapp pissed off Daniel Levy by constantly pitching for the England job, right? And then he never got it. But so there's that. I also think that the league performance in the season that we got to the Champions League final was a demonstration of the decline. And I think that the next season we were absolutely abject. I remember going to the Bayern Munich game, and by the end of that game, I think we lost 7-1 or 7-2. I remember Pochettino had like nine attacking players on the pitch. And I said to my dad, I said, he's literally asking for the sack. There's absolutely no balance to this team. He wants out. And so that's why we got rid of Pochettino, right, in my opinion. In terms of why did we go for Mourinho? Look, Mourinho put his hand up. He wanted to come. He's a big name signing. And I think Daniel Levy, as much as he might pretend or ask his friends in the media to make this notion that he's got a thick skin, I fundamentally disagree with that. I think that he is sensitive. He doesn't like being hated. And that's why, again, I support people that call his name out, because I think that Matisse Tell wouldn't have happened had it not been for the furore that was popping up towards the last week of the window. And that's why I think that the pressure is right. Yeah. I just don't subscribe to the notion that he is anyone but him will do. I think that we are far more likely to get a worse chairman at what is the ABs and Cs of being a chairman. 90% of what your responsibilities lie as a chairman is to find the funding to be able to support the initiatives on the pitch. And Daniel Levy is better than
it's
every
too late
chairman.
now, though, Sean.
Sean,
It was too late. It was too late, Sean. Because the thing is, though, Sean, right? Pochettino was saying, warning Daniel Levy when I think it was the season after we had the first season at Wembley, after Leicester City, when we won 5-4, saying we need to do something. Right, and then he gave him a new contract. So he already gave the warning, and if he had a problem with it, sack him then. He could have sacked him after the Champions League final as well.
You're not going to sack someone because
Champions League
you're not going to
final as
sack
well.
someone because they literally said that we need.
No, but
we need
the point I'm making is, though, he already put the warning out in already. And I'm sorry, if anyone's going to start having a go at Harry Redknapp, right? We all on this panel were saying that we loved Harry Redknapp for his football. We would take him back tomorrow. So I'm sorry.
I wouldn't take Harry back tomorrow. I love Harry Redknapp. I love Harry Redknapp.
Both things are true. Both things are true. We do love him.
But
Pete, if you listen to my point,
Pete, if you can listen to my point, the point I'm making is, right, it's all good saying, oh, well, put the money in now when it's all too late. But the thing is, though, right, this is the whole thing with Postecoglou now. We want our football back. We've got our Tottenham back now, we've been told. But now, we all know now, why are we getting Postecoglou? Because he's so not the right man at the moment. We haven't got somebody that's a coach.
Yeah, but you need the appendage. Sorry, Pete, you wanted to come in, didn't you? Sorry, mate.
No, I was going to say, cut thing. I think Poch went because we was at the end of the cycle and it was a case of Levy still thought this team could win something. He thought they were ready to win. But actually, Poch was right. And to be honest, I didn't believe Poch. I was like, oh, he's going to have to go because it's easier to get rid of him than all the players. Yeah. The team had just got to the Champions League final. So if you're Levy, you're thinking, right, this team's on the cusp of winning something. Do I get the win now manager to take him over the line or do I start again? And to be honest, Poch was right about what he said about these players, but we didn't see it.
It was the worst decision that he made.
It was in hindsight, but we've all got degrees in hindsight, haven't we? Do you know what I mean?
But Pete, I was saying it from the very get-go, and I got abused for it.
At the time, you look at it and you thought, I love Poch, but he had to go because it was just got so bad. But what he was saying was correct. We just didn't see it until 2 years later when Vertonghen's gone. He said Vertonghen was on his knee, and then we didn't see it. And Alderweireld, Dele Alli, Ericsson was already on his way out of the club. All these things were happening, and Poch saw it, called it, and we didn't believe him. Most of us, let's be honest. Levy didn't, and Levy went, "Well, this team has nearly just won the Champions League, so I'll get the next win now manager and make it happen." And that's why he went. But going back to Sean about Tell, that's my point. Why he's got all this structure he's put in? Why is he getting involved? What is he doing getting involved? Why is he giving all these people jobs?
I agree.
And he's flying out there on the plane to do the deal. See, they're all crap. And they
I think that's problematic. I really do. Right. I think if you're a guy that can't take your hands off the steering wheel, then you're like a learner driver car, right? Where you've got dual control. But you're saying that you're handing it over to someone else, but you still got your hands on the pedal and the brake.
Override switch. Yeah.
I think that he probably goes back to the Pedro Porro situation where he employed a third-party consultancy firm to handle the deal, as far as we were led to believe in the media, and they screwed it up, right? And he had to then fly out to Sporting.
Why does most of these deals go pear-shaped? Because we're always trying to negotiate down all the time. Sometimes you just got to pay. You want to pay a player, pay the money. There's no need for all this crap, yeah? But at
the same time, that's a very easy argument to make for people that don't have to find the money themselves or aren't responsible.
No, but I'm saying if you're going to spend the money, we were going to spend the money on Porro one way or the other, yeah? Because we spent it, yeah? So, and we paid what they wanted eventually. It was just over a different set of terms, yeah?
But like I say, that if you are, and I agree with you on that. I think that Daniel Levy's. I've always said this. People think that I'm like always defending him. I've criticised him several times in this show.
I agree. I know what you're like. Don't worry.
I know. I think that one of the biggest problems with Daniel Levy is that he takes the art of negotiation. He regresses it down to like a car salesman. Right? It's a one and done thing. He thinks it's a zero-sum game where someone has to win and someone has to lose, and that is a really, really stupid, ridiculous strategy. Yeah. If you have a relatively small amount of customers and or vendors, 100%. Right, whereby you have to go back to that table 10 times in the next 20 years, right?
That's right.
If you want to deal with and we have good relationships with Bayern Munich maybe now, and maybe with like Leyton Orient and that, where they're happy with what we give them and we get them back better players. But the amount of bridges that he's burned because he goes in and says, "This is my number, take it or leave it." That's not negotiation. And he's like the press give him this. He's a hard negotiator. He's not. He's just he's a donut that says
he wants it all in his time. I want to sell at my terms. I want to buy at my terms. When it don't work like
that might work if you deal with someone once in your life. Yeah, it doesn't matter. But if you have to go back to the same people several times, then you've
also got to think, what remit does he give these football directors of football and framework they have to work under, where he's always got to get involved? Because no matter what director of football we get, our business and the way we operate always seems to remain the same. No matter what competition we're in, we always remain the same. I've never seen any change in how we do things, really.
Last question.
I agree.
I feel like honestly, this is the longest I think I've ever gone on my own channel without talking. I literally feel like
we don't need you.
But it allowed me to eat some crackers and some Ben and Jerry's ice cream, so I've been having a whale of a time. Somebody's put a good point in the chat, and they were actually saying, and I don't know if this is true. I don't know if anyone on this panel who's better than finances than I am. Are Spurs at the stage where Champions League football isn't now a necessity for Tottenham? Because before it used to be it is top four, and if a manager gets 3 or 4 points off top four, well, he's gone next. Are we now seeing that we're not at that stage? Can anyone confirm? Do we have to get top four, or are we comfortable financially without it?
The minimum price you're going to get for Champions League qualification is about 40 million, right? 45 million, which is about, give or take, 9% of our revenue. Whereas 5 years ago, it was 23% of our revenue.
But it still affects the budget, what the manager will get, what transfer budget will allocate, because it will dictate.
But the other thing also is you lose 4 home games now, and all the revenue, that's 24 million. In terms of match day revenue,
that's what I mean. When you park all that stuff into the 50 million that you're going to, or 45 million that you're going to make minimum, that comes into it's not just prize money and broadcast money. It does like the match day receipts are included in that number. That's the minimum you're going to make from Champions League. In terms of Europa League, it's about 18 million or something like that. And in terms of the Conference League, it's like 8 million. I think 7-8 million, something like that.
Sure.
Right? So it is meaningful, massively meaningful, but to the question, is it as important? Not really. But then again, that should be celebrated, not chastised, right? That should be celebrated.
I was looking at it more from a why has Ange not been sacked point of view, because years gone by it was very much, hang on, we're nowhere near Champions League football, right? Levy needs this money for the club.
Also, now there's a path back into the Champions League, right? If you win the Europa League. You get back
sure. I mean, if that's where all the eggs are going, if all the eggs are going in that basket, but that's a that's a real dangerous game to play, isn't it? But
if we don't win the Europa League and we don't qualify by right into the Europe by the league, he's going to be sacked in the summer. But I think he should be sacked today, to be honest. But he would have
been sacked this morning. We're not winning Europa League with him.
No, I know. Sure. Are you winning the Europa League with Ryan Mason?
No. You're not winning the Man.
I think that's why he's not getting sacked, by the way. I think that's why he's not getting sacked, because I think Ryan Mason is going in charge, because we've had a plan already, as far as I'm concerned. But what's happening. You know what's happening. You know the answer to that, don't you? You know what I mean?
Alex, let me ask you a question then. So obviously, there's a lot of different opinions of Daniel Levy in here. From lots of the conversations and lots of YouTube videos I see and people I speak to, one of the main theories is, he's not sacking him because he hasn't got anything lined up. We haven't got anything planned. Is that where you put a failure against Levy's name, Alex? That most chairmen by now would be going, hang on, like Man United. When Man United sacked Ten Hag, it wasn't just suddenly they had Ruben Amorim. They would have been looking at that in the background. They would have been scoping it out. They would have been talking to Amorim's people. Is that one of the failures, that he's not lined up successors for things like this?
100%. Because from what I understood, right, this is with Simon Davis in charge of the youth director. When they brought in Ange, they're doing this whole philosophy through the youth up to the first team, everyone playing the same way. When the youngsters come up, they'll go into the first team, right? And they're saying, well, if Ange leaves, because we all know his record, he doesn't stay at clubs for very, very long. we've got somebody who can just take on the mantle, take on the project even more further. Well, where is that at the moment?
Yeah,
you know what I mean. And it goes back to what I just need to pivot, because Sean mentioned a few things about Chelsea, because he has a lot of things to say about Chelsea and Man City, right? And yeah, they've had the money, but for me, and I don't want to get into political stuff because I think that's a bit unfair. We've got to keep on the football side of things, I think, at the moment. But the thing is, though, I think, yeah, they've taken their opportunities and they've made the most of it. But what they have done, which Tottenham haven't done, is the youngsters. They've made the most of the youngsters they brought through, right? They have brought through youngsters and they do it every single time. And then when youngsters don't work out, they make money off them, right? We haven't, right? And the example is down this guy here on this channel, Mr. Savva down here, who made a fantastic show, again, rattling brains again, with how many youngsters have come through. So I don't get used to this praise, by the way, Savva.
I was waiting for that. Don't get used to it, Savva.
Don't get used to it. Sean, you used to get it from me, Bob, but you ignore me now, so that's why I don't give you anymore. But that's the thing. But like I say, right, is that, you gave me a sheet of paper about all these youngsters that came through, right? And look where they are now. We didn't make no money off them, by the way, right? So I'm sorry, that's another excuse that where I can't. I've got to look at Daniel Levy for it as well, right? Because he's been in control of this.
To be fair, what Sean said, having recognised that when Paratici came in, he gave him the license to fix it.
Yes.
So he has done that.
But he hasn't carried on.
We haven't done it yet.
Carried it on. He hasn't carried it on.
Them things take a while to come through. They're like a plant. You plant it, the roots take hold, and then the players come through. It's like when you have a good director of football, sometimes you don't see it
Pete,
until 2 years later.
The point I'm making is, though, but Pete, he's had how many years? He's had the example already.
I agree.
He's had the example already. I'm not saying, listen, there are points that Sean's making where he is correct, right? Don't get used to it. I'm saying the point is that I see what he's saying. You know what I mean? Because you can't have a go at Daniel Levy. No. You know what I mean? He ain't going.
Every time I speak, though, you say it's excuses.
Yeah, Sean, you got to get over that, bruv. I say it to everybody, get over it. You know what I mean?
You say I'm correct, but then you say it's excuses. Which is it?
But Sean, you know what I'm like, Sean. You know what I'm like, bro. Come on now, get over it, bruv. You've done me since day dot. Come on now.
Let me interject, Alex. Let me interject. And this is only my opinion on the whole City Chelsea youngsters thing. Look, first of all, I think both of those clubs, for whatever we want to say about the way they've done their dealings with their transfers and the money spent, but let's park that for 1 second, right? We can have that conversation another time. What they have both done brilliantly is implement over the last 10, 15, 20 years. They have both implemented wonderful academies, wonderful youth setups that almost allows them to offset against their PSR and their financial fair play, because the number of
absolutely is part of the game.
There you go. Right. So what they've done, what they've done brilliantly is, again, I put this in one of the groups the other day. When you look at the number of players Man City have brought through, they've actually made hundreds and hundreds of millions in the last 5 to 10 years in their youngsters going out, and we're talking about youngsters that have played 4 or 5 first-team games for Man City and then go and join a Southampton for 25, 30 million. Cole Palmer going for 45, 50 million, whatever it is. Chelsea have done exactly the same thing. Chelsea, and I used to work at Chelsea. Sorry, I know everyone hates that I used to work at Chelsea. I know. When I was at Chelsea, I remember being in there and they were looking at, how do we offset all of these? What do we do? How many avenues can we have for money coming into the club? One of the big things was their academy. Another thing is they've got a digital technology arm of their business, where they build apps. They sell those apps. I'm not sure if many people know about this. They sell the apps and all the subscription payments, all that money adds up over the world. This, for me, is where I think we should have implemented earlier. Now, like Pete said, shut up, Stewie. Right, shut up. Right, he's barking at nothing.
Careful, Sav, mate. The amount of times I do my walks with Bugsy and she's barking, I go, Bugsy, and I get comments going, "Stop abusing your dog! Stop abusing your dog!"
It's not
my
even
dog is
because
the
he's
most pampered dog in the bloody world.
Because he's a pug, it's not even a bark. It's like a kind of like it's a yap.
He's going to go and shit on the floor now.
Like Pete said though. Pete made the point there, Alex. Is if we are implementing that, and Lubo will be all over this. He loves the youth side of it all.
Oh yeah, Archie Gray.
If we are implementing that with more coming through, with Donnelly coming through, Dorrington, all of those. If we are gonna, even if they don't make it at Tottenham and they are gonna move on, one, I think we need to stop being so bloody precious if we do sell them, because that's how the bigger clubs make their revenue. Those players, I think, now will make more money than we have seen in the past with the Andros Townsends, the Carl Walker-Peters, the the Dylan Markandays.
It was absolutely the right call to go that way, right, Sav? It was like to move in that direction, especially when you hear Stefan Borson on TalkSport, football finance guy, saying, I mean, I disagree with the explanation as to why it's gone that direction. I don't think it's necessarily just that. Sorry, let me say what he said first. He said the data and the stats are undeniable that every team in the Premier League is moving towards a youth-centric model, whereby the notion that buying a 26-year-old or older for top money and paying them 200 grand a week is no longer profitable or even delivers any kind of ROI, apart from in the very, very rare circumstances. And that's why Manchester City have pivoted the way they did. Tottenham are ahead of the curve in that regard, but I'm not going to give even Paratici the credit for being the innovation of that idea. Manchester City were doing that 8 years ago, and Chelsea cottoned onto it under Todd Bowley as a way to obfuscate FFP and PSR rules, right? And then that cabal are getting together, doing those transitions that you saw at the tail end of last season to get ahead of the June 31st auditing period. But Daniel Levy and Paratici, I don't credit this with Daniel Levy. Paratici was absolutely bang on the money. And if there is a trend now that's undeniable, then half of the players that maybe don't make it at Tottenham will be able to garner healthy ROI, right? If you were to sell any of the players that are broken into the first team now, or this season over the last 15, 16 months, if you were to sell any of them, the vast majority of them, even if they haven't particularly impressed at Tottenham, would go for higher money than we bought them for.
Well, they make pure profit. That's the thing, because look what Newcastle have done. You know what I mean, with Anderson.
It's pure profit. It's pure profit as an auditing thing, but in terms of like actual money coming in, right? Pure profit from an FFP perspective. Pull that to one side, but just in terms of like money, how much did you pay? How much do you owe on X? How much will you get in for X? The vast majority. And look, if you're going to challenge Daniel Levy on his business acumen, like I say, I think it's ridiculous to sit there and say he's not a genius when it comes to all of the ways that he diversifies the responsibility of Tottenham fans to supplement the revenue streams of the club. But on top of that, where I would challenge him is that the obvious areas for growth, the obvious areas where you could turn £550 million in revenue to £800 million is by being better at your player trading. Because I think someone on my channel, I think it was Drew the other day, he said, Sean, do you know who the last player that Tottenham made a profit on was? And I didn't, right? I was like, I've got no idea. Like, I don't do that. It was Bergwijn, right? We made £2 million profit on Bergwijn. I don't know how that happened. We made $2 million on him. And then there was someone else who I forget. And then the next one, you have to go all the way back to Gareth Bale. And I'm not including Harry Kane because we didn't spend any money. Right?
In terms of buying and then selling on for more. Right. And now, again, that's what Villa have done very well.
Yeah,
that's what Villa have done very well.
Why have Villa got 68 million?
Liverpool do well. Liverpool do well.
I agree. Go on, Lubo.
Can I just come in here and just say a couple of things? Three things. Firstly, best decision Levy has made was bringing Paratici in, because when Paratici came in, the scouting system that Levy and Hitchens were overseeing, I was told, was appalling. Players were going to Palace, West Ham, Chelsea that should have been coming to Spurs. Paratici came in, he brought in, he said to Levy, you've got to pay higher money to the youngsters, which Levy agreed, and he did, which was a good decision for Levy again. Yeah, I've got to be balanced where Levy has made. I'm massive anti-Levy, massive, and the sooner he leaves, the better. But he has made the odd decision that has been correct. In terms of earning money from academy players, I know you've got one extreme, but we did make 120 million from Kane, Winks, Skip, and Carter Vickers. So at least we can show that there is some money coming in. When that, how long it's going to take to get another.
I mean, Kane's
world-class
carried
Kane,
that
God only
massively,
knows.
hasn't he? Lubo,
No,
Kane has carried that 4 names you just mentioned in a big
of
way.
No, absolutely. But we are going in the right direction.
He did make a good decision on Skip. He did make a very good sell on Skip. I will give him that. And I have said
got 20 million for Skip.
Yeah. You heard me, Savva, saying this when the sell was made for Skip. I said good decision. I said that.
Alex, you know what though? What you're saying about we didn't do it before. A big reason why we didn't do this before was, you're not going to like this, was Pochettino, because he didn't want to loan players out. When he was manager, we didn't loan these players out. He kept them training because he was like, it's better to be training with a team and then not. Then Mourinho comes in, loans out Skip. He has a great season. We get him back. All right, he weren't what we thought it was, but we've made money in him. Pochettino weren't one for loaning out players and like the younger players. He wanted to keep them around the squad.
Coming back to what Sean was talking about, profits. It's a big problem when the chairman overprices players.
Yep.
And that's why you look at the gross spends, you look at money we spent out over not talking about the last year or two, but the previous few years, we had spent a lot more than we got back in.
Everything. We got sod all back in.
Lubo, you know why that is? And I've said this before, is we focus, Savva, you know this, we focus too heavily on sell-on value rather than add-on value. And then not these players that we buy that potentially have a sell-on value never materialise. We end up selling them for less. Where if you buy better players, even experienced players, quality players, they'll hold their value. It's like when you buy
not anymore, Pete, which is the point that Stefan Borson was making. The stats and the data over the last 18 months have demonstrated a ridiculously palpable trend towards there is no sell-on value. You buy a player at 26 or older, especially at the top end of the market, you end up giving them one contract. Look at a Casemiro, right? Look at a Rashford. Even though Rashford came through the youth system, but generally speaking, you pay top money for here now, fix now scenarios. You pay them top money.
What did Man United pay for Casemiro? Did they pay for? Was he free?
60 million quid.
70 million.
70 million pounds for Casemiro. They gave him a contract at 300 grand a week, and then they gave him a new contract at 350, and he went.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about buying a player at 30. I'm talking about like when you're buying them.
Okay, bad example. But like, just saying that. Not a bad example.
But the trend. But on the whole,
but there's a countless examples of them. Of players that you buy at 26, they get one contract, and then when you want to sell them, if you're paying them healthy salaries as well, at 30, when you buy them on a 6-year or 5-year deal or 4-year deal, and they do 3 years, and you want to sell them, when you look at the ROI of an individual player, there's very little. Like maybe
that's what I'm saying. That's my point.
Even a Haaland, right? Even a Haaland that people go, oh, how much does City pay for him? Sweet FA in the grand scheme of things, he's the greatest player ever. Like they like half the money, double the money that City paid for the player to Dortmund. They paid
that's my point.
But we're missing the point. We are missing the point here, guys. Pete, sorry, we're missing the point.
One sec. What about what you've gained during that player's tenure at the club? For example, say we bought a player, for 120 million. We sold him for 60 million 5 years later, But then during that time, we've got in the Champions League year after year after year after year. Now
how can you account all of that down to one player? Can you account look at Declan Rice? Declan Rice cost Arsenal 110 million. What have Arsenal done?
But if you buy players of that ilk, we obsess too much on sell-on value, and we hear it all the time. We don't buy him because it's not worth money. Let me finish.
I hear what you're saying.
Let me finish.
Sorry.
You're up your nose in a minute. Let me finish. What I'm saying is we've obsessed over that for years, and the sell-on value never materialises because the players ain't really good enough. They don't become good enough. It's all theoretical, their potential value. But if you buy better, why are we not focusing on players who add value on the pitch now that actually bring in the revenue that ain't accounted for when you sell them? Because you don't say, oh, by the way, we put in that money from the...
Pete, can I ask you, Pete, so are you talking... Off the top of my head, we're thinking like a Virgil van Dijk at Liverpool, who Liverpool spent 75, 80 million on him, probably will get zero if he leaves on a free. But what he actually did during that 8 years is worth more to the club than any transfer fee.
They don't get accounted into.
Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, because you don't get accounted for what you sold him for. But
hold on. Hang on. Can I come out with one line, Sean? I just want to say one thing. Return on investment.
It's not just financial.
We are a football club. So if it means that we win trophies and people have memories, and this is what football is all about. It's not only financial. It is emotional. It is dreams. It is about fans loving their club. This is not me ringing my stockbroker up, if I had one, and saying, by the way, I want to invest $5,000 in one. Sorry, if I need, I've got $5,000 to invest. Who are the best companies to invest in? Where's their growth potential? Who have got the best directors? This is not about that. This is about, we've got a fan base, I think someone said, of 34 million. There are billions around the world who love the game. This is about memories, moments, the enjoyment, the excitement, the adrenaline. If we're talking about money all the time, that is not what we love football for. I don't go, Sean, if I want to go and say, what a wonderful stadium he's built for 1.2 billion, I'll go on a stadium tour and I'll have a chat with people about the stadium. When it comes to match day, I want to see our assets are on the pitch. They're not in the bank. And I think that's
just a weird summary, though. Who is suggesting that?
No, but I'm saying, but Levy's assets, he only works for profit. He doesn't realise, and what I don't understand is our biggest profit-making year was the year we got to Madrid, and they made 138 million net profit.
Pre-tax, not net, pre-tax.
Right. So it's footballing success and financial success correlated together very nicely. They dovetailed. And surely Levy can see that he has the look at the money I made with my team nearly hitting Mount Everest. We're not even talking about the being a Premier League winner.
You are saying
common now, mate. They might have Mount Everest.
You are saying that everyone's talking about money, right? But the only reason everyone's talking about money is because the direction of travel in the conversation is about Daniel Levy, whose primary role and responsibility is to provide the funds to make us sustainable and competitive, right? You're the drive. People like you guys that are talking about Daniel Levy drive the conversation towards that. You're saying we should be talking about this stuff, but then we shouldn't be talking about it.
We talk about returns on investment.
Going back to that point, sorry, one second. Going back to that point, Pete, that you just made, right? About we should be talking about add-on value, not sale-on value. It's a lovely little catchphrase, mate. You should be a politician, right? It's a lovely little catchphrase. But ultimately, mate, at the end of the day, you're then pointing to the point. You're pointing to one particular team who have had relatively little success in relation to Liverpool's history over the last 10 years. That is in no small part because of the fact that they didn't need to go and buy an entire squad rebuild. But Tottenham, with the funds that we have available to do our business, I made this point 1,000 times. You can go back to the way we misspent Gareth Bale money, and I'd say 100% I agree with you. It was a massive shit show. 9 out of 10 of the players we signed in that money was stupid. And every single person in Europe knew that we had the Gareth Bale money, even though Daniel Levy said to Real Madrid, please don't announce it until after we've done our business, because I've got this weird belief that people won't know, right? It's stupid. Another cross in the Daniel Levy column, right? But ultimately, the reality is that where we are right now, £100 million, you go and sign a Declan Rice, but you take out Solanke, you take out whoever, Batiste, you take out Van de Ven, just for example, and you put a diamond in and amongst a lump of coals. Do you honestly think that would have been the difference between success and failure? If your answer is yes, I disagree. If your answer is no, because we need more, then you can't do it all at the same time. And when you have to do a 20-man squad transition like we're going through right now, and we have been for 2 years, unfortunately, you can't have £100 million players thrown in there.
That's the problem.
The rules don't allow it, nor do the revenue streams. So for me, I would make the argument, and I know this is like kicking the can, and everyone's saying tomorrow, but I make the argument that Tottenham we no longer need 20 more players, right? We need 4 players. And with the revenues that we get, with or without Champions League, I think that we can now expect to see, and you should hold Daniel Levy's feet to the fire, that you can now expect to see record-breaking transfers coming up. I really think you can.
I don't agree with that.
Got the potential, but will he do it?
He's cutting the wage bill. How are you going to get record-breaking transfers, which means that you're buying better level?
Why has he cut the wage bill? And how did he cut the wage bill, by the way? Explain to me how that happened.
Like selling all the people, selling all the experienced players. Like
Harry Kane was going to go come London.
Yeah, I agree with that one. Yeah, I think we agree with that one.
Perisic was on loan, picking up 180 grand a week. Eric Dyer, nobody wanted anyway, left the club for free. And Tanguy and Ndombele, who we couldn't sell because he was an absolute Downing Tools donut. Well, we didn't cut the wage bill there. We paid the wages off. Massively overlooked by Tottenham fans, right? So, like people like to hark on the new rebalancing, but it's the circumstances of the environment in which we found ourselves in the summer and last season. Now, as I've said this, if I'm in the mud in the summer, then I'll be in the mud. But I believe there'll be a record signing in the summer. A record Tottenham signing in the 70+ number, whatever it is.
For this manager. This manager or
the next one. It doesn't matter. I believe that Tottenham now.
Don't be worried if it's this manager.
Yeah, but sure.
One second. Come to that 1 second. I just want to lighten the mood just for 1 second. We love getting trolled. And we've been trolled today by Domino's Pizza and Specsavers. Domino's have said we've sold 78,427,391 pizzas since Spurs last won a trophy. Now, Specsavers have come in, and that number that Specsavers have given, by the way, I've just put it into Chat GPT because there's
43 trillion, isn't it? 43 trillion?
It is 43 quadrillion. 324 trillion, 823 billion, 13,324,734 eye tests. Listen, you gotta laugh. Like, we have to laugh a little bit, right? We have to laugh. And please never forget that this is why we're here today. We need this manager sacked. Sean, that's an interesting point. Guys, does anyone else believe that? I mean, we saw and I'm going to use this loosely. We saw the Mark Guehi bid, if we want to call it that. We saw that would have been 55 million plus add-ons to take it to 70. Does anyone believe we're going to see a world record, a club record signing at Spurs?
We may see a club record signing, but whether it's a player of adequate quality or not is another thing.
Thank you.
Guys, do we take that offer seriously? It was just Levy appealing to the fans, wasn't it?
It was a desperate thing.
You turn up on the last day of the second or third last day of the window.
Yeah.
You ask a Premier League club who are avoiding the relegation battle this year, which is the first time in a couple of years that this has happened. You say to them, by the way, we want to buy your captain, and you've got no time to replace it.
All right, but that's fine. But the Matisse Tell bid was serious, correct?
The Matisse Tell was serious. Yes.
I don't think so.
It was serious. It's that the player rejected it on the terms of a permanent transfer, but the bid was serious.
What I heard was, Sean, that he didn't reject it outright. He said he just wanted to listen to other offers.
Okay, fine. But either way, we put up the bid to make it permanent, and they said yes. He said apparently not yet, or no, or whatever, right? And then Man United went in and said, we'll take you, but it has to be on a loan. And Bayern Munich said no. And Daniel Levy went back. I'm putting in the words of journalists here, but apparently Daniel Levy went back and said, we'll give you some leeway on the Harry Kane money that you owe us or whatever. We'll do the loan deal if it gets the job done, which, by the way, I congratulate Levy outers, because I think the pressure from Levy out was responsible in that sort of in Daniel Levy figuring out a way to get it done. And I know we haven't seen too much from Matisse Tell yet, but I thought the finish last night was really, really like confidence building, that he's got a bit about him. But for me, I just say that I agree with you, Lubo. Sorry, I agree with you, Lubo, that the deal was the Mark Guehi bid was ridiculous, but the Matisse Tell deal was real.
Yeah,
but Sean, did that worry you that it had to take people, even though we saw the squad that we have at the moment, right? Take people to say Levy out to get him to start, moving himself to get things done. You know what I mean? Because it should have not taken, and especially for somebody that says that he backs Ange Postecoglou, back him. You know what I mean? If you're backing your manager,
we've spoken about this already on the show, right? I think that there's reasons why that the window heats up in the last 2 days. It's a ridiculous, unnecessary notion. I know there's legal European laws, but you know what? We're not in Europe anymore from in terms of the employment law rules that dictate that you have to have a window of 31 days in our industry. First of all, I think it's nonsense notion. But secondly, the fact that because of Brexit, if you're looking for positives from Brexit, one of them can be that we now can conduct our own employment laws. And the beneficiary of that has already seen a transition from the ability for teams like Manchester City and Tottenham going direct to South America and being able to purchase players that would traditionally come in on the cheap, go to Spain or Portugal. They get built up there, and then Tottenham or other teams then go and pay 5 times the price that the Spanish or Portuguese teams. We now have a direct path to South America. City have utilised it. Tottenham have. But on top of that, there is also a window now to be able to go and look at things like, why is it that Turkey and Saudi Arabia have an extra week or two? The reason being, they're not in Europe. But they don't comply to the European employment laws. So I don't know why England are looking at
Sean, treasure this moment for the rest of your life. That's a fantastic point, by the way.
No,
and I don't
is.
say that mostly often, but that's a fantastic point, by the way. You should clip that, by the way.
Alex,
right?
you
Don't
say that so much that it negates when you say it.
No, but
you say so much. Don't get used to it. Don't get used.
I don't agree with Sean a lot of the time, but to be fair to you, when I'm listening to that, to be fair, he's making a very good point. You know what I mean? I can't ever lie. You know what I mean? You know.
I might change my, if you have to agree, then I might have to change my point.
Sure, don't do that, bruv, man. You know what I mean? Just
I'm kidding, Alex. I'm kidding.
You know what I mean? Just take it where you live. Anyway, have a good time you got. Anyway, Ian, I love you, mate. You know what I mean? I love you as a bro. You know what I mean? And big up to Savva, and it's good to be on the stream with you, Pete. By the way, and
yeah, mate.
It's good to have you on the stream, Sean. Anyway, take care, guys. Yeah, bye-bye.
Yeah, I think as far as going back to wages, Sean, I think that we got rid of I think we took 16 or 17 off the wage bill and put 5 back on in the summer.
Is that absent the Ndombele and all that stuff? Oh, sorry, including the Ndombele, all that stuff.
Yeah, and you look at you know, Kane and Ndombele is 25 million to start with, and then you're looking at Perisic.
Yeah, 180 million, so that's 9 million a year.
There's 34.
Are you looking at this, Lubo? Are you looking at this?
What's that?
This is the players in, players out, salaries in, salaries out. What the difference is?
Yeah, 46 out, 13.5 in, 13.4 in. So that's where your 33 million in terms of cutting the. Does
that include? You're knocking off Tanguy and Ndombele, but that shouldn't be. That should be a 20 million pound switch, right? Because you're knocking off 10-4. Actually, that was paid off, so that should be chalked off.
I by the way, I was not.
Whoever did it, whoever did that is just
definitely not me.
I know whoever made it is ignoring the fact.
But I think just going back to where I stand, just so people are absolutely clear, where I stand with my views on the ownership here is that as a fan, listen, we've never been a top league team. We only won the league twice in 142 years. 143 years it'll be this year. But I came up through the 60s watching Spurs from 65, right the way through, and right the way through to Enoch. Less so under Sugar, but at least Sugar went and got Klinsmann a couple of times. We had a few semi-finals. We won 2 cups in the 90s. One cup under Sugar, 1 cup under Scholar. I think the 91 was under Scholar. All I want from my owners is to make us competitive. If we are going to pay the highest ticket prices anywhere in Europe,
they're not the highest ticket prices anymore. By the way, there's several examples of higher.
That
argument is destroyed. What was the word that you used earlier to dismantle my argument, even though you didn't? What was the argument was the word that you used? The adjective? What was it?
No, Sean. Arsenal's price.
Was it dismantled or was it obliterated? It was some sort of superlative that didn't really.
Destroyed. I think.
Yeah. This highest ticket price in Europe thing is also destroyed.
Sean,
right?
Sean, Arsenal have got higher prices, but they put more games into their season ticket. We only had league games, so the average price for a season ticket for us.
What about Fulham?
Fulham got 1 stand only. That's it. Yeah. The rest of it, You work an average. I'm talking an average.
Why do they have to put the highest? I mean, you're not exactly getting roller coaster football at Fulham. Why do they do that? Is it to pay off the stadium, pay off the stand? There's a rationale for it, right? And name me another chairman, by the way, Ian. Name me another chairman who diversifies the percentage of revenue that the club generates away from the fans of the football club, like Daniel Levy does.
Tony Bloom.
How does he do that?
I mean, Paul Barber, the one that.
How does he do that?
Well, he makes loads of money out of players.
So that's still footballing operation, right?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I think you meant non-footballing operation.
No, I'm talking about. Well, yeah, you know what? It's a good point. I wasn't clear, but away from football and away from the fans of the football club. How do you name me another chairman that does anything like what Daniel Levy does?
No, because it's not got the infrastructure for it. It's not got
right.
No. Listen, Pete, Beyonce have just announced. I've just looked at my phone this morning. Beyonce, Tottenham have just announced 2 more concert dates at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium for Beyonce.
That should be celebrated. I agree with people that say that the timing of these announcements is.
Some people get their knickers in a twist over those. I don't understand it.
It's ridiculous. It should be like, well done. I don't give Daniel Levy credit for anything. I think the guys are donut, but actually on this
matches for these
the fact that this club is going to generate 20 million quid.
Every other stadium.
Do you think again, devil's advocate? I think I've been very calm, devil's advocate this show. To coin your show, Sean. Do you think a lot of it is? I think one, you've hit the nail on the head. I think it's the timing of the announcements that frustrates people.
They have to announce it when it's signed. It's a legal requirement for a company that even though they're not on the AIM, it has to be done via the AIM rules.
I'm just talking about everything in general, like i.e. on deadline day, didn't they? When they announced,
I get it. I understand that it's unfortunate. Unfortunate versus deliberate is not the same thing.
I get it.
That's what it has to be announced. That's
what I'm saying. I think for some it's the timing, and I think what other people say is, like, for me, I've got no problem if Beyonce wants to play at Spurs every night, right? I mean, let's see if she can play the number 6, but if she can't, I'm happy for her to play a concert every night at Spurs, right? But actually, Ange would have her inverted, wouldn't he? He'd have her inverted right back. I've got no problem with that. I think
then you should have put a square on it. Yeah, it would have been that, right? Because he'd invert that somehow.
I think for me, I think the difficulty where a lot of people will have with this, and I certainly do, is I've got no problem with making as much money from the stadium as possible. That's what it's there for. I think what it is then when you see the wage bill being slashed, when you see that we won't pay the wages that other clubs do, I think that's where people will put 2 and 2 together and go, hang on, yeah, if you've got 365 events a year at Spurs, right? Cool, do it. But if that was married up with, hang on, we've just gone and signed 4 or 5 players that are all on 250 grand a week, all make us considerably bit better. I think all that noise goes away from anyone that cares what's going on at the stadium. Do you think that's where the divide?
Of course, 100%. No one gives a flying F about Beyonce, right? And most people that had a problem with the stadium events that used to, now they know that when it's been explained, right, and it's logically consistent narrative. There's a lot of people, I'm not going to call out names, but there's a lot of people that are staunch Levy outers that it wasn't that long ago were using the stadium events as a bashing tool, right? And now that it's been kind of dismantled as an argument, now they kind of go, oh, well, I don't care about that stuff as long as it, transitions onto football success. And I get it. You move the goalpost as much as you want. But for me, let me ask you this. Matisse Tell, the reason why we got Matisse Tell on loan, like Man United fans were apoplectic, right? They were on deadline day. People like Mark Goldridge, right? He lost his mind. Like, we lost out to Tottenham. It's unacceptable. Right? The reason why
they lost out to this club.
The reason why that they lost out, Matisse Tell clearly thinks that Manchester United are a bigger draw than Tottenham. I'm not sure why anymore. I think he's probably grown up living in the past a little bit. But look, to be honest, Man United are a good cup team still. League form, no chance. But the reality is that whilst we beat Radu Drag or beat the punch to Radu Dragusin from Bayern Munich because of promises kept from the player and because of the draw, the reason why we beat Barcelona to Lucas Bergvall was because of promises made, promises kept, and because of our youth-centric approach that seems to be having some sort of dividends paid. But the reason why we beat Manchester United to Matisse Tell was because, some people want to just argue it's because of the ability for Daniel Levy to write off debts on. But we paid a £10 million loan fee, and we took on 100% of his wages. £10 million for 4 months graft, providing he doesn't get injured. It's obscenely expensive.
I give it
Right?
3 games.
It's obscenely exactly right, but it's obscenely expensive and overpaying for a player that's an unproven talent. But do Tottenham fans recognise that as a stick to bash Daniel Levy with, or do they say that actually, that's actually a demonstration that Daniel Levy has put himself in a position where he can compete financially with Manchester United and actually win? Because Man United couldn't offer the same terms because of their overspend and because of their ridiculous wage criteria that saw Marcus Rashford on 380 grand a week or whatever it is, and then Downing Tools, and signing Casemiro for 70 million quid, and then at 31 giving him a 350 grand a week contract extension. If you're going to be consistent with this notion of the reason why teams win and we don't is because of the wage structure, you can point to other teams that are now hindered by the ridiculous wage structures in which they have conducted their business over the last 5 years.
Sean, what you said.
Bad recruitment, wasn't it, Pete? Guys, that's bad recruitment. If you look at
thing is though, Sean, I agree what you said, but it's all right beating the Man United to Matthias Tell, but he's a 19-year-old unproven player. When we beat a proper club to a really top player because we've blown them out of the water for wages and fee, then that's
not what Tottenham's modus operandi is it? We pivoted towards youth centric. So you're not going to, if Tottenham are going after 19-year-olds, then you're not going to compete for 27-year-olds.
Also, remember, was it last summer when all this PSR stuff was going to come to a halt and every club was going to be doing fire sales and all that? We didn't make a single move to take advantage of that. So that financial FFP power and all that shit we were going to have. Yeah, I remember me and you talking about it. We never did nothing. I know the clubs got themselves out of it, but they were left to get themselves out of it.
Mechanisms, which I said earlier.
Yeah, I agree.
Daniel Levy's a fucking idiot. Daniel Levy's an idiot for not getting involved in the...
We didn't make a move. We left them to their own devices to sort out between them. In reality, we might have done a bit of pluck in there and used this so-called firepower, financial power we've got. He never brought it to bear. So if we
but Daniel Levy's made a rod for his own back by being a champion, by being the loudest voice in the room of the 15 clubs that are playing ball. And so he is never going to be on the side of City, Newcastle.
You really think Daniel Levy gives a toss about the other 15 clubs?
No, of course not. I'm saying what's good for... Of course. No, I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is that if you think that Tottenham... Daniel Levy, we spoke earlier, I acknowledge that he's burnt a lot of bridges. A lot of the bridges that he's burnt is by being the poster boy for FFP and PSR, right? And the teams that don't want that nonsense, Newcastle, Chelsea, and City, well, they've now incorporated Aston Villa into their cabal. They only need one more team. If they get one more team,
they can write the rules. They can change. They
can't write the rules, but they can stop any further restrictions, right?
You need 7, don't you? You need 7 to stop.
6. So I think you need 15.
14 you need to push something through.
Yeah, so you're right.
Again, is that if this is a youth project, for me, it's just a cost slashing. It's an asset stripping project that's making Enoch more money because when Enoch sell, and they've spent 250 million from day one to get to 87% of the club, they will walk away with, say, conservatively 3 billion. And what?
If that's logically consistent, I have to challenge the notion. If that's the case, if it's an asset stripping thing, why are Man City doing it?
Hang on, I'm not interested in City. I'm talking about Tottenham. My point is that if they have invested 250 million and they walk away with 3 billion, then they've done exceedingly well. And my question to you is, as a fan, we're all fans that love the club. What have they given back to this club? Please don't talk to me about real estate. I'm not interested in real estate because that would have contributed towards the billions that they will earn. I'm talking about football. This is a football club. And this is my point.
Seven semi-finals, right? He's not responsible for what happens in those matches, mate. He's not picking the team. He's not kicking a ball, right? We got to the Champions League final. You can make the argument that we got there by hook or by crook, as I've already ascribed. I think that getting to the Champions League final was the worst thing that could have happened with regards to timing. But Daniel Levy is responsible for a team that got us there more so than any other team outside of that 5. And it was really 3. But then Chelsea and City came along because of the rules and the inability to enforce them and the lack thereof initially in case of Chelsea. Roman Abramovich is responsible for all of the inability, by the way, all of the instability. He rewrote. People say 1991, the Premier League introduction, the money coming into the game, the catalyst for everything. It was a catalyst for this. Catalyst for this. Roman Abramovich coming in was the sort of algorithmic lift, right? The kind of when it went parabolic, it was madness. And now you've got all this influx of new money, and the fit and proper test is ludicrously unstable. The inability to write rules, all of those things are part of the conversation. Lubo, when you dismiss those arguments as I'm not interested in things outside of Tottenham, that's where your argument to me looks thin. If I'm entirely honest, no disrespect to you. It's not a crack at you personally. No. It's a crack at the argument of Daniel Levy is responsible for all of our fails. Well, how about this? I'm not interested in them. You have to be. If you want to have a fair and balanced argument, you have to factor in the other parts of the game that are outside of the direct control of the football club. It's a moving jigsaw. It's a moving story. And these things outside of Tottenham are part of the conversation of why Tottenham don't win success. It's not a one-horse race.
They could, no. My point is, and there are no guarantees of success. My point is that our club, as much as any other, because of the wealth of the owner.
No, because of the brilliance of it, because of the brilliance of his business acumen.
Well, I tend not to think that bringing in around 600 million over budget 9 months late. I don't think that's brilliant.
You literally, in the last time you spoke, you said, please don't talk about real estate. And now you're bringing real estate into the argument.
No, you just mentioned about Levy being a brilliant businessman. I'm sorry, I don't. Yeah,
let's talk about that, right? I hear you saying all the time it's 600 million over, and he's such a perfectionist and a micromanager that he tore up the floor, right?
Correct.
If that's true, I don't know. I'll take your word for it.
I've been told that by several people.
That's fine. I'll take your word for it. I don't know if it's true. I mean, it's hearsay in a legal argument for what it's worth. That would be dismissed if you watch Judge Judy. Whenever you hear such and such told me this, she goes, I don't care what you told me. That's hearsay. Hearsay is not a factor in a debate.
Of course.
But what I can tell you firsthand, I was involved in it during the time, and you can look up with a Google search. So could Judge Judy to validate. Is the reason why the stadium cost £600 million more is not entirely because of Daniel Levy's micromanagement and changing of light bulbs. It's because of the commodities boom that took place that was outside of anyone's knowledge in the financial markets. You're sitting there. I know, again, I can tell you this for a fact, right? I had 200 stocks that I was trading every day, 200 stocks that I was supposed to be involved in, doing this, that, and the other. On certain days, you sit there and go, why the hell is X up 6%? There's no stock-specific news. There's nothing really happening in the market. And then you go and look into it after the fact, and you recognize that the reason why a tech company that was in Poland was up 10% was because of a drought that affected the coffee market in Brazil. And you go, well, square that circle. How did that have any relationship? And you find out it's because of the Brazilian currency against the US dollar having a massive flip because of the drought and the impact of all this stuff. I'm not going to get into the details, right? But the chain of events that affect certain things are outside of anybody's ability to predict. And the commodities boom is the reason why the cost of steel, cement, and the cost of labor at that particular time was insane. It flipped up, and it was because of what happened in China. Because China was galloping, grabbing every single iota of steel possible to recreate a train line, to rebuild a train line that stretched across China, right? So the cost of cranes went through the roof. The cost of everything went through the roof in a commodities boom. So when people ascribe Daniel Levy as being a mug because the cost of the stadium was £600 million over budget, I challenge anyone to relate the unbelievably difficult to predict Chinese industrial revolution that took place that would happen to impact the cost of a stadium build of something 6,000 miles away. So I'm sorry, Ian, you can't sit there and say that Daniel Levy's a mug because he didn't know that about a steel railway track being built.
Sorry, Sean, you can't put that down to 100% of 600 million. I'm sorry.
It's certainly more relevant than him ripping up a floor and changing some light fixtures. I guarantee you that.
Those are just a couple of sound bites that have come out. It's not just that. I'm sure those weren't the only two things that he changed during his time because he's a perfectionist. Fine,
I guarantee you the commodities boom. I will bet you £1,000, and I can throw you We'll put it to charity. I will throw you
Not
a
that fucking one again.
fiver. I'll put you a fiver on it. I can find 1,000 articles that will ascribe exactly what I'm saying as far more relevant than Daniel Levy lifting up a floor and putting
Lupo, do
really
not donate to that dog charity he's saying tells you about, because they do not stop sending you letters. I'm lost one bet to him 2 years ago. I'm still fucking getting letters now asking me for more money. Do not fucking do it.
Can I just give my 2 pence worth? I've not really said a lot about Daniel Levy. I mean, my 2 pence worth is this. Savva, please step in. It's not a court of law. My 2 pence worth on this, and we are going to end the show in about 5 minutes. And I'm going to send you all over to the coffee company. Please like and subscribe to Ben. Thank you very much. What I would say is this: has Daniel Levy done good things for his football club? Yeah, sure. I think anybody that says he hasn't, that is then taking the agenda, the hate, whatever word you want to put too far. My biggest issue with this chairman is that he's got us into the position where we can strike. And, you know, I'm not as elegant with my words as some of these boys, but he's got us into that position where the iron's hot and you got to strike. And it's at those moments that I feel that we've never really seen him go, right, now's the time to kick on. However, I do agree with Sean on the aspect of once you're in semi-finals and finals, and Lubo, we had this debate the other day, not about Levy. My debate was on the Harry Kane side of things. Once you're in the semi-finals and finals, that's now no longer Levy. That's now no longer about the manager for me. When you're in those positions, that's where your big players step up. For me, that's where, if we're looking at it from the Kane and Son perspective, that's not on Levy. Yeah.
If I'm looking at it left wing back in the semi-final,
right. There's loads of examples, right? Son at left wing back, dropping Walker and Lloris for FA Cup semi-finals. You know, we talk about the Champions League final with
Lucas Moura, right?
Dropping Lucas Moura. But the frustrating thing for me is that he did get us to that point. And it wasn't even, people always say we should have kicked on after the Champions League final. For me, that wasn't. After that, we did actually spend a huge amount of money that summer. Poorly, because it was the Ndombele, Lo Celso.
130 million. That's right. 130 million. Those 4 players.
My issue was, it was the 2 years, 3 years prior to that, because that Champions League season, I think everyone forgets their timelines. Champions League season, we were crap for a real long time.
From February, from the Burnley game on the 23rd of Feb, our league form dropped off.
And the next season, Lubo, we were
all the way through to November when he was sacked. My issue is, what we should have done for me, if it was when we did finish second, when we did finish third, when we did go unbeaten at home, when we did have Kane, Son, Ali, Ericsson, Dembele, Wanyama, Alderweireld, Walker, all these guys. That was the moment for me where I wanted to see Spurs as a football club go, wow, what a good team we've got. Let's go and add 4 or 5 top players and make this that's my issue with it. It's not, did he get us to that point? I've never doubted that. Yes, he did. My point is that we didn't kick on. However, I do feel that if I'm going to take all my emotion and energy out of this, I just think that we're at a stage where I reckon Daniel Levy has done as much as he can do.
Possibly.
And yes, I take Sean's point. I'm 50-50 with this. A new owner doesn't guarantee success. A new owner coming in doesn't guarantee that everything's going to be swimming. But I do think
look at all the teams that I always point to as the ones that didn't have success, like Tottenham that don't, but used to be successful like Tottenham were. All of them have changed their owner. Has anything changed with their clubs in terms of success?
I agree. And I think the difference is Levy, as I said, Levy, unlike those clubs didn't go anywhere. We went, hang on, we're on the precipice of and it was like, are we going to kick on? Oh, shit. And now we've had 5-6 years of, whatever. For me, if they don't want to kick on, that for me is, I think, the moment where you turn around and go, right, let's let someone else have another chance. But I've always maintained this, and people hate me saying this, I've always maintained this. Getting them out, I don't think will happen purely because they've built this stadium for a reason. They didn't stumble across this. This wasn't an accident. This was by design. They knew what they were doing. They built it. I'm of the opinion, and I know lots of people, I know, Lubo, you disagree with me. Loads of people disagree with me on this. They will sell it when they plan to sell it. That's only my opinion.
Oh, of course. But every owner does, Sav. I'm not disagreeing with you on that. But my point has been, and I'll expand on what you just said about they didn't kick on at the right time. They have never put their hands in their own pockets to take the club on. It's always been using money that's in the business. Whereas
who can anymore? Who can anymore?
I'm not talking about now, Sean, because the rules have changed. But they have been in the majority of their 24 years were before the rules changed. And
how established is your business, Lubo?
So hang on one second. Let me come back and say to you, but instead
it's a one-word answer. How established is your business? How many years?
I've been on my own for 26, 27 years.
Okay. Do you still put your own hand in your own pocket now, or does the business sustain itself?
When I have to put my hand in my pocket, it goes in my pocket.
Right, but
because I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. Because I will do whatever I'm coming to the end of my career now. But my view has always been that I want to be as successful as I can. I want to maximize my potential. And if it means investing in my business, then I will invest in my business.
You invest the profits of your business back in, so you take less of a dividend, less of a salary, whatever. But you invest the profits of your business, or do you go to your private savings?
I'm not limited, Sean. I'm not limited, so dividends don't come into it. But the point I'm making is that if I want to invest, say there's some technology, and I want to say, or a better computer. And I say, right, that's going to help my business. It's going to cost me just a small thing, Remember, I'm a one-man band. Yeah. If there's some technology and you say, right, this is going to help you, it might take you 2 or 3 years to come through. It's going to cost $1,000, $2,000, whatever it is, because I'm very small, small one-man band. Right, I will do that. They have never taken that view ever to invest in the business to build the footballing side.
Well, they have, but they've just taken a line slice of, because they're a company they're a shareholder-based company, right? So
I've never had a dividend. Never had a dividend.
You're a bad example, but here are the rules of what happens when you have other shareholders, right? You dilute. That's what happens. I'm sorry, mate. Like this again, it's another notion that is just bandied around like it's a fact, and it's just not. Like, you can't do the things that you think you can if you're a shareholder-based company. It doesn't work that way. It's just like it's a fallacy to have the argument that is structured on some of the things that you are predicating are why Daniel Levy is an absolute parasite, or whatever people say.
They do what they want. Sure.
The rules, not just the rules in the Premier League, the rules of business prevent you from doing the things that you think are possible. It doesn't work that way. Roman Abramovich took $1.5 billion. Sorry, Pete. Good to see you, mate.
I've got to drop my little ones awake, so that's my.
I'm ending in 60 seconds anyway. But go
on.
All right. I'll finish the last sentence.
Last one, boys. See you later.
The last sentence is like Roman Abramovich spent $1.5 billion before the rules, right? Before the rules of PSR and FFP. But that wasn't just. I mean, it turned out that it was just a gimme because of the UK government making, alliances with certain things to get difficult situations out of the way, right? He's got to go. He's part of Russia, whatever, right? But it was $1.5 billion of debt as a private owner, right? That has to, if I was to do it, or you were to do it, or anyone else was to do it in a limited company. If you're a sole trader, it's different. But in a limited, and the idea of a Tottenham being a sole trader,
no.
But in any other world, you can't just insert money. You can't do it. You have to put it as debt. It's just a reality, mate. So part of the argument that you're driving to is just not possible. It isn't.
But Sean, if I was looking at a situation where I could really build the football side, really build it. Yes, look at Joe Lewis. I'm talking about the ownership. Let's talk about the ownership here, because Levy is, although Lewis has given Levy carte blanche on a day-to-day basis, Lewis is the senior shareholder. If it's a view of, right, we're going to make, just so, let's throw some conservative figures out. They've spent 250 million buying up the shares, buying up 87%. Just say a conservative, they're going to get 3 billion for the club. Chelsea got 2.5, and they don't have the ground or the training ground. So if that's all lumped in together, because there's about 13 different companies with Inept and SPVs involved in those. I saw all paperwork the other week, which was very interesting. Just say, for argument's sake, Lewis takes a view, Lewis and Levy take a view. We're going to chuck 200 million in, so let's have a go. Let's see if we can break in to that big group of clubs. We have the money, we can afford it. We are well ahead in terms of what we paid for the club and what we're going to get for the club. So we're well ahead. So instead
how much did Daniel Levy pay? What was the valuation? Right, that £100 million that was put into the club that should have been 150 3 years ago.
Yeah, that was shares.
Yeah, but they diluted the other shareholders at a valuation, right? At a valuation. What was the valuation?
I'll have to look it up and
I'll tell you the answer. It was 7 billion, 7.5 billion. For 150 million, it was 7.5 billion, right? It became about 7.3 billion on the valuation of what they diluted the other shareholders at. So if we're valuing Tottenham at 3 billion, then Daniel Levy and Joe Lewis put in 150 million on paper, 100 million in reality, at a valuation of more than twice. So the shareholders, the other shareholders, of which you apparently are one, right? I hear you're one, right?
Yeah.
So you got a valuation, you got a dilution of your ownership, but you got it at more than twice the valuation of the business at a generous 3 billion. What is the valuation of what happened in December, Ian? 33 million pound was put in. You know what the valuation was there?
Go on.
10 billion. Right?
That's
so three times over, more than 3 times over the valuation. So not only can Daniel Levy and Joe Lewis not just inject capital like you would want them to do, right? But when they do, and they're forced to dilute under the rules of property ownership and under the rules of organizational ownership of that stature, they're paying people like you 3 times more than the net asset value would ascribe if you are ascribing a £3 billion valuation. So when you have all this hate for Daniel Levy and Joe Lewis, what you should also appreciate that as a shareholder is that they, in their attempt to satisfy the whims of fans who don't respect their ambition, as a shareholder, you're getting 3 times the valuation because Tottenham is not valued at £10 billion. So again, just factor that in with when you're considering your hatred, right? You're 3 times wealthier for that dilution.
Believe me, it's not going to make me wealthy when they sell, Sean. My 727 shares are not going to make me wealthy. The point I was making, the point I just wanted to finish off by making, is that if you spend 250 million buying shares in a business and you sell it for 3 billion, say 12 times the amount, instead of making 2.75, you put in 200 million to have a go at breaking in to that group that are winning all those trophies, because you're in a position to do it. You're in a better position than most other football clubs to actually have a go. So instead of earning 2.75 billion, you're going to earn 2.55 billion. But at least you've had a go. And surely when you are charging the fans, they've given, in terms of the footballing side, they've given nothing back to the club, in my opinion. Absolutely nothing. If this is going to be take, it's all one way. When they sell, they'll make a shed load of money and we'll be left with one trophy in 25, 26, 28, 30, 40 years, whatever it is.
Yeah, but given the environment in which they conduct their business, given the fact that the rules aren't worth writing, and given the fact that there's money in football, there's a reason why back in the 70s and 80s and 90s when Tottenham was successful, like Aston Villa, Derby, West Brom Wolves and where other things were, there's a reason why FFP wasn't brought in then. It's because there wasn't this massive financial imbalance. Okay, the fact that it's come in recently is because of the transition in football. And my argument is always hold Daniel Levy's feet to the fire for his lack of ambition. If you want to call it that, I think it's subjective. That has absolutely no merit in the conversation. But if you want to hold his feet to the fire, have at it, go for it. I support your protest. I think it's relevant, necessary, and it adds value. But you should, as a Tottenham fan, if you have anything between your two ears, you should recognise the fact that there are things outside of the football club that are far more influential in why it is that Tottenham and all the other teams don't win trophies anymore. And you should have as much ambition in your protests regarding that shit as you do with regarding the shit that we talk about and witness every day on the pitch as a Tottenham fan. And the fact that you don't, not you, Ian, but the fact that so much of the Levy out narrative, not only do they not discuss it, they laugh at it. They laugh at the idea, oh, PSR and FFP was supposed to be a game changer. Like, you care, not you, again, them, you, the royal you, care more about being right than what is right. Because if you really want success at Tottenham, then you should throw your energy behind why it is that FFP and PSR didn't have the legs it should have done, didn't have the teeth that it should have done last summer. The fact that there's these loopholes that are so obvious that me and Johnny can put 10 on a fucking screen, and within 24 hours, number one on the list for the first time was invoked. It's almost as if they watched that video and went, that's a great idea. Let's go and do it. Why don't you have two things going on at once? Daniel Levy, do more. Premier League, do better.
Sean, let me put this to you. Let me put this to
you two. I wanted to end the show 12 minutes ago.
The club's Sean.
We can pivot. Ian, if you want to pivot right now, if you've got time, we can go over to the Spurs Talk Show and carry on this conversation.
No, I've actually got to do some work today. I've got people waiting for some deliveries, so I've got to drop in.
Guys,
Sean, we'll do it on a show as
we were supposed to. Yeah.
As agreed. That's absolutely.
I'm here every day, 10 a.m. Other than tomorrow because it's Frank's operation. Listen, I am going to leave.
I just want to finish. I just want to say to Sean, do you agree? Do you agree that the clubs around? Let's just talk about comparable leagues, and let's talk about the 6 or 7 comparable leagues around Europe. Do you agree that in the main, you're talking about big percentages here, that the richest clubs, the most affluent clubs, the clubs with the best backing, win the trophies?
For the most part, yeah.
Okay. Would you agree that Tottenham are in a position where we financially can challenge the other clubs now?
Financially, but that's not the only part of why you draw players in. The draw of success, the draw of trophies, all those things are part of the conversation.
Okay. So if we had new owners with a new outlook that came in and said, right, obviously we've spent 3 or 4 billion on the club, so we're not a charity case, we've got to make that work financially for us, but we are going to do everything we can to take Tottenham back to former glories.
Yeah,
that mentality goes down from the boardroom. They will then bring in someone who knows about football, not a Scott Munn. Someone like the guy that City brought in from Barcelona, someone hopefully on that sort of level, who will then bring in somebody who knows about football worldwide in terms of recruitment, and then understand. And then what you get, and you get people
so the unicorn that can afford 4 billion, that is that cares as much about football on the pitch as he does making a profit on his return on investment, that also has the resources to be able to, and the trust and the ability to take his hands off the steering wheel, all of those things, that unicorn that we're talking about. Do I think that Tottenham can go from here to here? Yes, we can. Yes, 100%. Do I think that is easy to find? You know what? In the interest of Savva's sanity, we can discuss that on the next show.
Look, guys, girls, I've really, really enjoyed it. And for anybody that did miss it, I have got down a few little segments that I will be chopping up and putting out as videos that I thought were really good. Good debates, not shouting. I thought there some really good back and forward debates today. Really good stuff. Look, everybody, all I will say is...
Quickly, Savva, can I just apologise for my last appearance on the show? I never got a chance to see it back. At the time, at the time, I thought I was... robust and just fighting fire with fire. However, never having had a chance to see it back, I'm also very much on the awareness level that because of what I'm going through, my stress levels are through the roof. And so if I was out of order to you or to box office and whoever else on the show that day, then I apologize because it's not really the sort of person I am generally, but I'm going through things in my private life that are pitching me to the max of my level. So sometimes I can react, and that can manifest on live streams in an awkward way. So I apologise if I was bad form on that.
You don't need to. Look, I was fiery. You were fiery. Listen, look,
Ian,
you know me by now.
Well. Sorry, Ian, you were there as well. Sorry.
Yes.
You guys know me by now. When I have a tear up or a bust up in football terms, I don't then carry that on for about 3 years of my life.
I know, yeah, you and I were fine 5 seconds afterwards, right? But like, just for those people that don't know, Savva and I can have bust ups, and we've had many. And then as soon as we get off air, we're fine again. But if I came across like a donut on the day, then
it's good.
I never got a chance to see it back to know for sure. But if I did, then I apologise. It's not my style.
Don't worry, it's not your apology. I'm waiting for Ian's apology for all his effings and blindings yesterday on my channel.
Yeah, I do apologise to you. I'm sick of hearing about Ipswich. Don't mention Ipswich to me.
No, I'm not going to mention Ipswich. Look, let's leave it there, guys. Look, listen. At the end of the day, it all should just be football, right? Listen. First of all, I'll apologise. I've been accused today of being a what's the terminology? A clout chasing dickhead. So I'm going to leave that there. Make of that what you will. Clout chasing dickheads that aren't real fans. That don't.
I think you've got to potentialise, Sam. I think you've got to potentialise now your podcast. I think you've got to get sponsorship from an ice cream company. Seriously.
Mr. Whippy, my local ice cream man that comes around.
Look, the one thing you'll never get a subscription from, mate, is Habanero's flip-flops, because you've stayed true to your mission for the best part under Ange, right? So leave one way, flip-flops are not for you.
I just want to put it out there right now, guys. You may have seen a video circulating saying that people like me are clout chasing dickheads, and that I'm an online fan, that I don't back the club. I just want to put this out there, right? I've got no interest in YouTube beef. I just want to refute some of them comments on behalf of me, maybe Sean, Lubo, maybe all of the YouTubers that video alluded to. One, just because I'm online doesn't make me an online fan. Right? I was taken to my first Spurs game in 1984. Do I remember it? Do I heck? But I was taken, and since then I had a season ticket for about 25 years, and I won't pay to go now. That's a different story. Doesn't make me an online fan. I'm a football fan that's just appearing online. There's a huge difference. Secondly, my opinion is in no way, shape, or form based around clicks, views, revenue, right? My channel, I believe, would be 50 times bigger if I didn't have the views I had on Ange Postecoglou and Daniel Levy. I think, and I wasn't the way I was, it would have grown more. So this clout chasing, not a real fan, I'm sorry, I'm going to refute that on behalf of many YouTubers. We're allowed to not like a manager. We're allowed to think it's shit. That doesn't mean we don't love Tottenham. The reason why I want the manager sacked is I want Tottenham to be better. Okay, so I refute
as a recipient of the same hate, the same accusations, but from probably the other side of the fan base. I can subscribe to your vibe. Like, there's celebrities out there, people like Harry, Prince Harry, and Meghan Markle, who want their cake and eat it. Right? They want to have all of the monetization, all of the the lucrative deals that come with fame and that come with exposure, but they want their privacy when they want it. People like Savva, myself, Lubo, we get paid cool in the grand scheme of things from all this stuff. And yet we get all of the hate from people that disagree. They're just opinions, right? It doesn't matter. Your day should not be pissed on because I feel differently to you about Levy, or because Savva feels differently to you about Ange, or vice versa. They're just opinions. You don't have to watch. You don't have to subscribe. But lay off people who don't get paid the gazillions and don't have. I've had physical threats and death threats, personal emails. Right, I block them online. They find a way to email me, and people have met me in the canal. Right, I don't go down the canal anymore. You might have seen the canal on my street on my Bugsy walks. I bumped into a guy who started on me because I didn't feel the same as him as Levy. Right, like, what are we doing here? I said, where do you live, by the way? He lived an hour away, but why was he there? He said he was here coincidentally. I think he knows where I live.
Look, all I say is this.
What are we doing? You know,
I'll say is this.
Just relax, people. Relax.
I love a debate. I love a debate. People say that it's what's it called? An echo chamber. Look, everybody here's got different opinions. Lubo and I agree on the main thing, but argue like cats on dogs on how we get there, right? What I would say is if you're having a row one-on-one with someone and someone's called a dick and a prick and all this and cool and you sort it out, cool. But I don't condone videos that are made calling everybody dickhead, clout chasing dickheads and morons and not real fans. At the end of the day, right, we're all allowed an opinion. I'm going to leave it there. But I saw that video and I just thought to myself, why is everyone a dickhead? Purely because they're doing the same thing as this person, by the way. They have a YouTube channel like this person. So why are we clout chasing dickheads because our view is different to this person? That doesn't make sense.
Especially when you look at that particular person's most popular videos and they all happen to be ones that call out the other fans, right?
Exactly.
That's purely because, guys, he's got no original thoughts or content himself. So he has to create interest by slagging people off. Well, you know, get a life, mate.
Look, all I say is I've got no beef. As far as I'm aware, I don't have any personal one-on-one beef with any YouTuber, as far as I'm aware. If I do, they've not told me. I don't like, though, the whole YouTube...
I think you're a bit of a dickhead. Can we have this?
We could do it, right? But if I just don't like that all YouTubers for Spurs have been grouped into this not real fans, clout chasing dickheads. At the end of the day, I go live every day. I give my honest opinion from me. I don't try and please anybody else. I've said my piece, right? So please, can we not do this clout chasing dickheads? Everyone's a moron. They're not real fans. Oh, by the way, if the club do get success, you guys don't deserve. I don't like all that. I'm going to leave it there. What I will say is, Phil P, big up to you. I said my Levy critic is as consistent as Spurs. #change. Big up to you, Phil P. Love you, man. And Ian JD has said every good decision Levy has made off the field is being undone by the poor decisions he makes regarding the decisions on it. And I guess that's what we've been debating for the last couple of hours there, Ian. I agree with you on that. Listen, guys, it is just YouTube. It is just football. There are people out there in the world dying. Can we please keep a little bit of sanity to this? None of us are angels. We've all done things we're not proud of. But please, 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 can we not all start being so goddamn rude to each other? Much love. Sean, thank you very much. Please go and subscribe to Spurs Talk Show. Lubo, thank you. Alex, thank you. James Flower, thank you. Pete, thank you. Jay, Hotspur Cave, that feels like forever ago. Thank you. Take care. And
Ben,
as
don't forget Ben. Ben, don't forget Ben.
Ben Kaufman. And last but not least, listen to Ange. Listen to him. Please, Taxi. Take care, everyone. Bye-bye.